Okay, hello everyone. How am I sounding today? I have spent too long fighting with my mic today, so hopefully it's a little bit better. I'm gonna shut the door, and hopefully, hello, goddess. So hopefully it is a little bit better. Time to talk about defunding the cops. Oh yeah. I don't think he does actually, but I don't know his position. I'm just gonna get him to call when he's ready. If those of you, for those of you who maybe liked that intro song, that was one of my closest friends. Her name is Rachel Glite. She's a musician on Spotify. You can check her out there if you liked that song. There's actual vocals that go to it as well. I just play the instrumental because that's the easiest version to use without YouTube getting mad at copyright. So, yeah. I'm just pulling up my notes for today. I haven't prepped for this as much as I would have liked because I fought with my mic for too long, which was unfortunate. Cops do need big robot suit. Robot cop, indeed. 190%. So, we're just waiting on him. So I guess I'll ask how your guys' day is going. Going well? We happy and well today? What do you guys think about policing? What is your broad feeling? He said, let's talk about policing. I actually don't know what element of policing he wants to talk about. I'm interested in looking at things like crisis intervention, particularly our failure at crisis intervention. And I think he wanted to talk a bit about gun laws, but I was very honest that I know pretty little about guns. And I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions about gun laws and know very little about guns. And just the distribution, different types of guns, things like that. And so I find low resolution conversations about gun laws not very productive. So we can maybe talk about it a bit, but yeah. You think so? I have been fighting with it all day. You think it's too high of an attack? Well, it's only at 6 milliseconds. It's not a very high attack. It's possible that my noise gate is a little bit too high. Here's the issue is I have a very, very soft voice, and my husband in the next room has the loudest fucking voice in the world. So I need to both have a ton of noise suppression to cancel him out, but I need enough softness so that it picks up my voice. I mean, part of it is I could just talk a lot louder, so I will do my best to be talking louder. But yeah, that's a bit of an issue for me, is finding that optimal number is not great, and this room is tiny but very echoey, so that's also an issue I come across. Welcome to those who are new. We're going to be talking about policing. I am getting a call right now. All right, 1 second. I'm going to transition us over. Hey, let me just...
How are you?
Good. I'm going to turn you right the fuck down because you're blasting my ears.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I can turn you down on my side.
Oh, no. My shit was evidently turned all the way up. I don't know why that was. I'm so sorry.
That is A-okay. All right, I'm going to move my...
I have it back to normal settings now, so I don't know if I'm still blasting your ears, but...
All right. Well, everyone,
How are you?
Good. I'm good. How are you?
I am good. What's up, everybody? I'm Half Baked Takes. Don't really do much streaming, but do get on debate panels, the hippy dippy roundtables and stuff with Prime. So just really happy to be here. Reaching out to as many people that I feel are intelligent and feel have good opinions and good make up a good portion of the online debate sphere. So I'm really happy to talk to you, Erudite.
Yeah, me too. Apparently they're saying you're still loud on my end. I've been fighting with my mic like literally all day, and it's pretty quiet right now. So I'm just
Let's see if the feedback is any better on that. I turned it down a little bit more.
yeah. Everyone's saying I need to turn mine up more, but that is not a simple feat. So I can try, but
Do you think I should keep going down?
yeah, you can keep chatting. Tell us about yourself. We
No,
can all hear you.
no. Yeah, definitely. More as in like, should I keep going down on the volume? But yeah, no, I am currently in my master's program for public administration um, at Bowling Green State University in the United States. I was previously U.S. Army. Got out because wasn't exactly wasn't my cup of tea, but um, knew that I wanted to work in the government in some form or fashion, just wasn't totally sure what that was going to be. And now I find myself kind of leaning towards like local government because I feel like that's where most of the actual change and most of the governance is actually done. Um, but yeah, it's been I stepped into this world because I was asking content creator. I'm working on my thesis project,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm trying to the focus of it is going to be around the state of online politics and kind of how it is related to like on the ground in real life politics, and how the two are represented, um, or how the two like kind of match up. Um, so I want to kind of like reach out to content creators and see what their thoughts on that are and what they actually see in between the two.
Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I'm fighting more. I've been fighting with this Blue Yeti for like ever to try to find like the perfect balance of settings. And apparently I am super fucking quiet now, which is so annoying because I spent so long getting like all of the like around me sounds cut out, and now apparently I'm just too quiet. So I'm just trying to decide if I should just be yelling at people or what. So yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
you sound on my end like you sound. I mean, I may have
You have the
my
lack of filters, so I'm not putting my filters through Discord, so I sound probably
fair.
great to
That's
you
fair.
and soft to everyone else.
Fair
And
enough.
I'm
Yes.
not totally sure how to fix that because if I decrease my threshold, then everyone's going to hear all of the noises. So
I
it's
feel
not
you.
just Nick; it's also like literally it picks up my chair, but it can't seem to pick up my voice. It seems to be not well sensitized to me. Not totally sure why. Is this getting better for you guys? If I'm bumping this up. It's good? Okay. We're going to stop worrying about it now. If you guys can hear me pretty well, we're going to have to go with that and fight with it another day. My editors they've been demanding that I fix my mic, and then yeah, I can't get it close to my mouth because my desk doesn't work like that. So I can like lean in and destroy my neck, but yeah. You'd watch me get I'm cutting out.
Why?
I'm
Yeah,
sakes.
get some whiplash while you're on while
Exactly,
you're
yeah.
on
I'm gonna
camera.
just destroy my posture. I'm not trying to speak softly. I'm talking very, very loudly, just so you're
Out of
all aware. And I'm probably yelling at fucking.
You're good. No, I promise you. I turned mine. I turned mine down on my end, so you're good. But out of curiosity, like the feedback on those mics, like with that big old pop filter, is that just is that kind of the part? Is it the negative that comes with not so much like uh extra sound or whatever? Because that was the fluffiest pop filter I've ever seen in my life.
This one?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
in
it's
that it
gaudy
looks
as
like
fuck, hey?
it's like a furry on top.
I know, it's so beautiful. I mean, there's two of them. I just like this one more. I think its aesthetic is a bit more.
How
My
long have you
volume is
been
low.
out of curiosity, how long have you been streaming doing this?
3 weeks, which is why I'm still having a lot of technical difficulties. Okay, now I'm
I
getting
love that.
mixed
3 weeks and
feedback.
you have an editor? I love that. Like you're on the come up. Let's go.
I know.
How many I will say I'm not uh I was looking because after our discussion on Prime, that was that was 3 weeks ago. That was 3 weeks ago. So right when you started, um, you were getting like 120 plus viewers at a time, like when I was just like checking on a stream. That's what like people with 20,000 followers are getting, like live streaming, you know what I mean? So like good for
Mm-hmm.
you. Like
Yeah.
kudos. Like
Thanks.
you're moving like I don't know how quickly, like what is your can you see like your rise? Is Do you get to see how that works on Twitch and like the demographic, or not the demographics, but the statistics on all that?
Yeah. So I think part of me, I kind of won the lottery, I think a little bit. So I was super lucky in that like Destiny was basically willing to talk to me like right out the gate. I got into a Prime panel that had Destiny on it just by
Yeah.
coincidence, and any interaction you have with Destiny just seems to really drive better. Um Nasty, I can't make everyone happy. I can't make everyone happy. I'm doing the best I can, but I think I'm gonna have to fix some of this off stream because it's just I can't. If I bump my gate up too high, Nasty, you're gonna hear a whole bunch of other shit. So this is the best I got for you. I'm sorry. I can turn him down a little bit more if you need.
Yeah, my apologies. I can turn mine down as well.
Everyone's saying it's good enough. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. Hopefully in the future when I get a little bit of money. I just moved to DC.
Oh, I was gonna say you have a new background. You used to have a big flag. Now you have a
Yeah.
join or die. What is that? Is that your
Um
fraternity?
no. That's the that was from the American Revolution. One of the various flags. Um Basically joining the early American colonies. It doesn't have all 13 up there, but it has Maryland, it has Virginia, it has South Carolina, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New York, New England. Um, it's just it kind of represents a like an originalist and a constitutionalist like philosophy, which I feel um, would serve America better, but typically gets overlooked for political politics.
Right. So half baked takes. I'm kind of
Art,
curious
art
the
stuff.
I'm curious what's like behind that, I guess, a little bit.
Um, Basically, I feel that the right and the left, the current American right and left,
Mm-hmm.
is has driven away from what we originally were, which was small government, was grounded institutions, but not like relying on these for like our basically not making government the center of our lives. And I feel that we have like really moved away from that over the last 3 decades probably.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so I guess most people are kind of probably wondering if half baked is like a nod towards like being on drugs. Like, are you regularly baked while we're
Oh
talking to
yes, I
you?
am. Yes,
Like, are you
yes, I
presently baked right now?
am. Currently, no, I wouldn't call myself baked. I could get there, but I'm not currently baked. No.
Not at all?
Well, now we're getting there.
Okay.
We'll have.
Do you
We'll get
regularly
there.
debate when you're baked?
Yes, I feel I operate better with
Really?
that.
Do you think it takes off the edge? Because, like, it's interesting.
Yeah, because
So, like, it's you
I'm
could have
very
state dependent. Do you study when you're baked?
yes, yes,
Ah, yeah. So you've got a lot of state dependent recall working for you when you're baked.
yes.
Ah,
I well, and the thing is with these discussions, I my biggest uh problem since I was like younger has been like real bad like anxiety with public speaking and like presenting myself in front of like an audience. So working through those fears and working through those like those things that have like held me back in the past is something I'm using this like these debate platforms for too. You know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to do as uh do as much as I can um using these debates as like also a way to grow as a person.
what would you politically label yourself as?
I describe myself like I jokingly say I'm your friendly neighborhood enlightened centrist, because I do not, and I apologize. My bad for anybody that can hear anything in the background. We're making dinner in the background. Um, I describe myself as a centrist because I don't identify with the current like right or left, at least in American politics. I feel that neither one represents my values well at all because like I'm extremely like pro Second Amendment, gun rights. I'm always gonna uh, lean and be like considered right leaning, but I'm also pro choice. So
You're taking and pulling from kind of both sides, like a
yes,
true
so like
centrist.
when I yes, a true center, and it's not to say I'm a fence sitter because I'm not. I'm deeply grounded in my principles, and what I believe is what I believe, and it doesn't waver. It's just I can't identify myself with the right or left in America, at least, because I pull from both so much. And I mean, at least it feels like right now in America that automatically makes you a fence sitter, no matter what.
Yeah, well, fence sitter doesn't mean like, I think a lot of time people think fence sitter means like limp wristed and like not willing to like live out their values. But I find most people, in my experience, most people who actually identify as centrist are people who typically have thought the most, like most extensively about their positions on things. And oftentimes, well, I don't say all of them live their values all the time because I obviously don't know them privately. But I've broadly found that they like the problem with like liberals, right, is they like engage in like not in my backyard issue, right, where they're like, I'm really for all sorts of interventions and stuff, just like not in my neighborhood. And it's like, well, are you really for it then? Like,
Yeah, defund the police until we're talking about my police department.
yeah, exactly. Or like, I really want like more institutionalized like homeless shelters, more homeless housing, but they don't want homeless housing in their neighborhood, right? And so you're kind of like, well, we can't have both, right? Like that's the whole issue, is nobody wants the homeless housing, but we still need to put it somewhere. And yes, there are like difficulties that come with that. And so yeah, I find centrist is definitely a better label for people who pick and choose. I identify more as a centrist myself as well. Maybe tell us. I think a lot of people, when they hear, because I know the Twitch sphere is going to be much more left leaning. I'm a decently left leaning person as well. Second Amendment, I think I'm Canadian as well, scares a lot of people. Now I'm pretty familiar with it, but I think it's worth you explaining like why you say like I care about the Second Amendment so much.
So while I feel that most like a majority of the people that are like the gun toting Americans, the people who advocate for gun rights, can come across as a little over the top. They can come across as almost like they're trying to force a like culture or like a way of life basically upon you, as like like the gun is my life and I'm now gonna like almost like a religion in a way. um but when I think of weapon like firearms, I think of them as a like a very useful tool in people's day-to-day lives. So I was in the military, and I carried a and I was infantry, so the rifle was a little bit more attached to me and was a little bit more attached to the job that I did, because all I really ever learned how to do was like move, shoot, and like destroy a target. So when I look at a weapon, I look at it as like, okay, how can I use this to like most effectively get a job done? Um, and that job for me, at least when I carry my pistol, is like if somebody is to threaten me or threaten things I care about, do I have the ability to like effectively disarm or dismantle that threat? And a gun is like the only thing that I feel can like totally equalize a playing field. And this is why I advocate like like gun rights for women so often, is because it's like, one second.
While he's busy, what do you guys think about a daily? So I've heard Second Amendment definitely is in regards to like issues of the reality is that you always have to be careful of like governments like kind of overthrowing the people's will and becoming kind of tyrannical, right? I haven't heard as many discussions that have been convincing to me of a daily use. Again, I'm biased because I'm Canadian, so I'm very used to a life.
I am so sorry.
No, you're okay. I was just telling them about gun
were you
rights.
talking to the audit? Okay,
Yeah.
you were just talking to the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I kind of wanted to talk on that. Like, were you kind of talking to the tyrannical government side of this? Like,
So yeah, I was outlining like the main area. So like I said, I'm very biased because I'm Canadian. So the day-to-day tool argument is not something that I've been super I haven't found a very live idea to me, because in Canada we don't have it at all, and so to some extent there's equalizing. I'm very for actually like giving women access to like certain like so like pepper spray is illegal here as well, and like tasers, and only allowing like certain groups. It's going to be difficult to implement for pretty obvious reasons. And I'm not opposed. I haven't thought a ton about like day-to-day gun use. I'll just be honest. My natural predilection is hesitant, but I've heard more so the Second Amendment argued from the lens of basically like overthrowing and like standing up against the government. Yeah. I just wonder to what extent that has validity. Like, I think it has validity no matter what, but it's difficult when you're getting to like military levels where it's like, well, a bunch of civilians with guns isn't going to compete against like tanks and like jets.
Well, two things. So two things. Sure. One, I typically don't go to the tyrannical government because I don't think that's exactly convincing to a lot of just like people that aren't comfortable with guns, right? So if they don't have like an idea of weapons, they typically will look at the disparity between like the firepower of like your average human, like your average individual with a gun or like a collection of guns, and then like what the U.S. military can bring to bear. Like, while yes, I would say they're incredibly, there's a incredible like disparity between those two. We've learned from conflicts like Vietnam and Afghanistan that small forces of like small guerrilla forces with small arms can cause a lot of havoc for a very long period of time. And if you can do that for a long enough time, and you can just like you don't have to win the war, you just or win these battles, you just got to like stretch it out and then eventually win the war. I feel like that, yeah, it could be done, but that's not really why I carry or keep weapons.
Interesting.
Like, I don't keep my gun because I'm like, well, the government could get tyrannical and I might need it to fight the government. I keep it because like in America, I know my next door neighbor could have a gun and probably does have a gun, or the robber or the thief or the rapist or the murderer, they probably have a gun too, because in America we do have a gun problem. Like, as a gun owner, I can still acknowledge like there's a fucking problem in America with the number of guns that are here. We have a so many illegal firearms in this country, that have, whether it's the serial number scratched off of it, it was purchased through an illegal buyer, it's being carried by a felon. Like, there are a lot of problems that we have with guns currently, but I don't think the argument is, okay, let's get rid of guns. I think it's like, let's find better ways to regulate these firearms, because even like I don't want every single person to have a gun. I don't think everybody should have a gun. I think there are a lot of people that you could make a great argument should never even be like within 5 feet of a gun. So
they're also the individuals potentially most motivated to find seedy ways to get access to those guns.
Exactly. And but I also think they're going to work those seedy avenues to get there, regardless on if we put restrictions on them. Right. And I think we've just gone too far in America. Like, we hit a point where it was like, okay, we can't come back from this cliff. There's a cliff that we've reached with guns, and there's no pulling back at this point. Like, there's too many within the system that we can't even if you did like an Australian buyback idea,
Mm-hmm.
you would have so many people that just like wouldn't return their weapons, or they say they lost them, or they would say that they fell off the side of my boat in a boating incident or whatever.
I guess I'm surprised to hear the guerrilla warfare. I guess maybe I am. Oh, he's still doing. I'll wait. Imagine Erudite doing her Twitch combos while long haul.
I'm back.
Trucking. That's okay. I was going to say I'm surprised to hear you say that the guerrilla warfare isn't convincing, because to be honest, that is the only argument that's ever made me be slightly more pro-gun as a Canadian, and that might be.
No, it is. It is to me. It's just like I don't feel like it's convincing to your average
American.
Like just like your average not gun owner. Like you're typically not trying to persuade a gun owner that you need gun rights, right? You're trying to persuade somebody who doesn't own a gun or has never really had any experience with it. So I typically try to go at an argument in the way that I feel the person on the other side is going to be most convinced of that argument. And I don't feel like most people are convinced by the tyrannical government argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess maybe I've had different experiences, but that's in large part because I'm very concerned with things like Holodomor, and like I've spent a lot of time in literature like Gulag Archipelago, and like seen like the real like risk of like government overtake. And so it's not so much that I'm like a conspiracy theorist where I'm like any day now. I'm just kind of like if it happens, like historically it has. So to think that like we are just completely immune to that, I think is a little bit like silly and probably naive, if not immature. And so that would be the main argument. And I've actually like won over a number of people, but I have the issue in Canada where I'm like, I don't really I actually care a fair bit about this tyrannical thing, and it's a really big issue in Canada. Like the reality is like we'd be fucked. Like we'd just have to like train polar bears and like send them at them and like hope that was enough. Like I literally don't know though, right? Like on the plus side, our military is also decently small. You might like benefit if like say the military like rose up against, like who knows how it could ever potentially even play out in Canada, right? And like I said, I'm not immediately afraid of that, but it like introduces like the risk of like, say we approve guns in Canada for this guerrilla warfare need, right, of overthrowing tyrannical governments. Say that was what convinced everyone in Canada. Now we have your guys' problem, which is now you're right. Guerrilla warfare isn't the issue in the States. That's not the main reason to have a gun. It's like you said, your neighbor has a gun, and somebody who could break in has a gun. And so if you don't, you're fucked. Like you can't bring a knife to a gunfight and like hope to do well.
Yeah, and I, like in this, and if I'm speaking to a Canadian, it is a little bit different too, because it's like I also have to acknowledge you guys don't have that same problem in Canada. So like, yeah. So I mean, when you have these discussions on like a broad, like with a broad brush, I think it's important to touch on all of the importances. But yeah, I think it's just important to know who you're speaking to and like the audience that you're speaking to, and like how you want to go about it. I do think too, a lot of the people that keep collections of firearms here in America, which I think is something that gets talked about, but like I don't think people understand completely why these collections happen. It's because those type of people do look at they're either the I just love guns and they're something I collect and are enjoyable to me or whatever, but a lot of those people are the ones that think they're going to have to supply like a group of people with firearms to fight. So we do have
those folks.
Yeah, I think that is a big.
But those aren't the contributors to the gun problem that you're talking about, right? The people stocking up for doomsday aren't the people that are like getting guns illegally, using guns in like crime and stuff like that. So I would agree that America's gone too far. Like it seems pretty self-evident with the amount of like gun violence. Like there's no specific factor. Like when I look at American culture, there's no specific thing that I look at and say this should contribute so dominantly to the level of crime, particularly like violent crime that's happening. And it does seem that gun access is probably an underlying factor, because the major differences we see in other, again, comparing America broadly to other countries is difficult because Canada, no gun laws, and then other European states, we just have a much more homogenous population. But how have you guys gone too far, and how do you fix it? That's the question that I think everyone has, is like, what the fuck do you do about it?
Yeah, and what scares me is like I said, once we hit this point, I because there's so many guns within the system, and gangs and criminal organizations obviously are going to, for as long as guns are the most effective way of defending oneself and like offensively um like attacking somebody, um I feel like they're going to be used in criminal like activity. And America is such a large country, and we have like this like very special relationship with Mexico and Central America, and even South America, to be real, where so many criminal organizations, not just in America, but all throughout that corridor, see as America as such a like prime money making opportunity. There's always going to be this just like massive influx in this flow of criminal activity coming into our country. All we can really do is try to police it the most effectively we can, because I don't think you're ever going to really get it to stop. And I think it's a little naive to think you're ever going to get this down to zero, or to get it to a point where people aren't going to say it's a problem, because everybody, you're going to always
There's
be able
only
to
one
look at
type of
these
eel.
numbers and go
Okay.
like, holy shit, like we still have 15,000 homicides every year. We still have X number of sexual assaults, X number of drug trafficking organization, whatever it may be. I just think we have to, I think, educate the public on what is an acceptable number for these things. What is an acceptable? What is basically the necessary evil that comes with such a massive economy, with such a massive populace?
Right. So a really common argument that is going to be pushed back against what you're saying, is basically going to say it. Yeah, criminals might have the guns. Right. I'm not really worried about my neighbor, because I don't think most people are actually worried about like neighbor to neighbor violence. Right. I get what you're saying. I know you're not talking about literally you're worried about your neighbor. It's more about like everyone has it. But there's a lot of, like in Canada, yes, our criminals will often get illegal guns, but a lot of Canadians still don't feel motivated to get guns on their own. In large part, I think, because they kind of trust the police. So what is the argument against that? And to be honest, this is one I don't totally know. Like, why not just trust the police to do an effective job? And this might get into our policing conversation to manage that. Because other countries, that's what they're doing, and it seems to work pretty well for them broadly.
Yes, and again, other countries don't exactly have the immediate threat that is presented by a firearm, right? So a firearm presents a threat that can either be snuffed out immediately, or can like escalate very, very like in that same process. Like it's gonna quickly become a life or death situation. um, and you can't always rely on police to respond to something like that, especially in a country that has like a large city populace and a large urban populace. But we also have a lot of like rural parts of the country that don't have the luxury of a quick police response. In the country, at least in Ohio, there are parts of Wood County where I lived where you might not get, if you call the police and you say, hey, I need somebody at my house right now, they might not get to you for 20 minutes, because they have to, it's not just like the dispatch has to get it, call a unit has to then respond to that, or like confirm that they can respond to that and then respond to it. And that drive time could be anywhere from like 2 minutes, or it could be 18 minutes, depending
Right.
on if they're in a big jurisdiction. So because there's such you can't make rules um and laws. I mean, that's why so many cities in America have like cities have like concealed carry restrictions, and like you have to have like a very good reason to conceal carry, like in places like Washington D.C. or New York or L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in like small town USA, Indiana, you can carry a pistol basically just the day you turn 21. You don't even have to file for a permit.
Right.
So I don't know. And again, these conversations change drastically, in my opinion, the moment you take them out of America. Like if I'm having this conversation in Canada, I don't think I'm having the same thoughts on guns, because I don't think the same risk of another person having a gun is posed by me. Like I only look at my gun as the most useful tool, because I know so many other people and so many other threats are going to have something of that nature. So I don't
Right.
know.
So I guess I'll give you a little bit of pushback. As far as like rural issues, I would say Canada has that times 12, because every one of our provinces is the size, I think, of about 3 of your states. So when we say somebody's rural, somebody's fucking rural.
Fucking out there, BFE.
And in fairness, a lot of farmers do have guns. There is obviously less crime in those areas because the population is less dense. Obviously, criminals have to be much more motivated to drive all the way out there. So it takes a lot more organized. There is crime, but it's usually going to be property crime, stealing from garages when the family's out, by a pretty organized criminal group. So gun violence in that case, when it does happen, it is oftentimes, we have had a couple of like really, really big cases where farmers have shot at assailants trying to like steal things from their property. And in large part, it's because of that concern about police access. One thing that I think is interesting though about Canadian stats for violent crimes, and I get that it's hard to compare this, but I guess when I'm looking at American gun issues, to me, like the arguments to keep guns around isn't fully salient to me yet, other than actually the guerrilla. That's the only one that convinces me. Because, for example, the number one use of firearms for violence in Canada is suicide. That's actually our biggest risk with guns in Canada, is people dying by suicide. Only 3% of violent crimes include firearms.
Can I push back on that a little bit though?
Yeah.
Do you think that may just be because like firearms are the most effective way of carrying out a suicide? They would still, if somebody is suicidal, if they didn't have a firearm accessible to them, they would probably just find the next most effective way of
Yes,
committing
it
suicide,
probably
right?
is going to be the one of the more preferred selections if it's available. But my issue is I'm comparing population and like occurrences sizes, right? The amount of violent crime done in Canada largely outpaces even the suicide rates in Canada, right? There's a lot more even violent crimes happening in Canada than there are suicides happening in Canada. So the fact that the number one gun violence in Canada is actually suicides, when essentially the population size for that is so small, is very, very interesting to me.
Yes, and my only issue with the suicide argument is I'm always convinced that remove the gun from the situation, those people would simply just move to the next form. I don't think a gun being present makes them more prone to suicide, essentially.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the most violence that's being done by guns in Canada is in cases of suicide, even though suicide numbers are dwarfed by number of violent crimes in Canada, which mean, and because in Canada, only 3% of violent crimes are even involving firearms at all, which means that, yes, there's this issue of like, well, all of my neighbors have it, but to some extent, the argument of like, well, if the good people gave it over, criminals wouldn't. But it's like, yeah, but in Canada, criminals aren't giving up their guns, and they're still only accounting for about 3% of gun violent crimes, right? It's kind of drawing the proportionality of, isn't there some benefit to citizens giving up their guns because it just reduces overall gun violence?
Yeah, and like again, I as a person, like I don't come to you with this like I love guns. I know that if we were presented a world where there were less guns, then yeah, I would probably be more prone to gun control and gun control measures. But the problem is like I said, we're just too far gone in America. So I those gun control measures don't matter to me. And then going to the suicide thing, I see what you're saying, where it's like like the proportionality of this is like we see a lot more um, the uses of a gun being done for suicide is exponentially higher than that gun being used for even violent crime, let alone like preventing a violent crime, which is
Mhm.
what you basically would make the argument a gun is for. Um, I'm just saying that I just like while that may be true, um, when we talk about suicides, I just that for me, I just don't know how much it like matters because again, I don't know how much the gun factors into that suicide stat. Like that stat is only there because yeah, guns are present. But if you were to remove guns from the equation, those people would become suicide numbers, but in different categories of how they committed suicide, whether it be by pills or jumping off a building or inhaling carbon monoxide.
Yeah, it's still not quite answering my issue, which is basically the proportionality. So I will say, in the States, the number of gun deaths by suicide is also higher than the number of murder deaths. So that's worth noting here, which actually gives a little bit more strength to your side. So 54% of gun deaths in America are by suicide, whereas 43% are by murder. The issue is that in Canada, I think we have a probably lower gun deaths overall, but it seems like most of the gun deaths are suicide, and a very, very, very small percentage of them are murder gun deaths in Canada. I can't find the numbers because Canada doesn't break down our gun deaths nearly as nicely as you guys do. So if I get the numbers, I'll give them to you. But it seems to be the case that murder gun deaths in Canada are much, 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 much smaller. So it's not obvious to me that guns in America are protecting the average citizen. It still seems to me that police are broadly more effective at protecting the average citizen in these types of circumstances, and having guns available might be just overall increasing murder rates because of quick reactive pew-pews.
Well, yes, but also I don't know if you've ever kind of like looked into the defensive uses of firearms, like the statistics that way. The those statistics, and while I'm not going to sit here and give you that bullshit stat that like a lot of righties will give you of like 250 to 500,000 defensive uses, that was like an FBI stat from like an obscure survey
Yeah,
several years ago. um the number's closer to like 75,000 to 100,000 defensive uses of a firearm. The problem
per
is
year.
per year
Okay.
in America. And the reason is that because a lot of times it's not the actual like drawing and firing of that weapon, it is simply the brandishing of a firearm by a person not that's in a defensive position, so not the aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody is aggressing onto a person and the person pulls out a firearm and then does not shoot that person or does not like kill that person, that will never go into a like a log or like a statistic. But the problem is that that is a defensive use of a firearm.
Right.
So the stats get muddled and there's no real way to like pinpoint this. I just go with what the most what we can probably assume is the most accurate of stats, because on the high end it's like 250,000, on the low end it's like 25 to 40,000. There's and then you can look at 1,000 different sources for what that number is. You should typically come right to the middle on that one, and
Yeah.
it typically falls about 100,000
I'd
people.
be curious about, because I don't know. There's a really interesting study that came out that looked at basically like having a gun present and whether, and it was a prop gun. It was a psychological study. I don't have it on hand, so feel free to like ask for it later, and I'll have to like. It's actually obnoxious, I've discovered, trying to find old articles you've read in school and then trying to find them later, because Google Scholar is not tailored toward being like article about gun and people getting stressed out.
Yeah,
But there
no,
was a really interesting study that showed that the level of aggression and lack of basically de-escalation techniques that were used when the gun was present, they basically had a person sitting there in a waiting room. I can't remember the exact setup, but they had a co-conspirator, so somebody part of the study, come in and they just pissed off the other person a bunch. They're just super fucking obnoxious the whole time. And so obviously they didn't expect anyone to like grab the gun and be like, I'm gonna kill you if you don't stop tapping your pen. But what they found is that basically like there was a lot more like aggressive behavior engaged in, and de-escalation techniques weren't ever utilized. So when we're talking about these defensive uses, like I'll give you the benefit out and assume that 100,000 is somewhat accurate. That seems reasonable enough to me. I found a stat that said in what was it, 2020, 2021, there was 19,000 murders. So I think it's reasonable enough to maybe presume that there was 100,000 defensive uses. I wonder, though, of how many times that a defensive use of a gun was used, that it somehow escalated the situation to being more dangerous and violent, not resulting in somebody murdering, but maybe getting injured, maybe getting harmed, because it does seem there's a decent number of psychological studies that show that just the presence of a weapon, particularly a gun, seems to escalate everyone's energy, and they begin to kind of think with those primal, unintelligent parts of our brains that are very reactive.
Yes, but those stats are typically pointing to like a person commits a crime or does an aggressive act, and then they it, the situation was already violent before that gun was brandished or brought out and used in a defensive, action. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Like the the aggression and the violence was already enacted,
Threatened,
and
for
then
sure.
this is so like I don't think saying like did that escalate the problem? Like I don't know if that matters. Do you get
I
what I'm
mostly
saying? Because
wonder, does it prevent people from engaging in de-escalation that they might otherwise be willing to try because they don't have the backup power, right? As a woman, right, I'm motivated in a violent situation to de-escalate for as long as possible to keep myself safe, because I recognize if I'm against like a 6'3" guy, I'm fucking cooked, right? So I want to de-escalate. That's kind of my question.
But that's smart. That's smart across the board, because like even me, a person who I carry a pistol like when I go out and about most of the time. If somebody were to come up to me and like pull a knife out on me and say like give me your money, if I truly think that person just wants my wallet and that's all they want, the the smartest thing and the logical thing is to comply and like just do what the person says. That firearm is like literally for the moment where, and this may just be because I'm trained a little bit and I have like these levels to like like this escalation of force. Like I have those levels. So maybe I am coming at this in the wrong heads like mind space, because like most people, the average person may not have that. Um but I think that's what's important is like I'm not going to use this weapon unless I totally think the threat is death. So like enacting death on the other person, that's not an escalation of the situation. That's just
But
like
that's a
a leveling
self-defense.
out. Yes, it's just a leveling out of the playing field, basically.
Right, which I agree with. But my question is basically, are de-escalations by the average citizen engaged in less when we have this evidence that it seems to be that weapons and particularly guns prime people towards more aggressive behavior?
I would agree with you. I would say the average person who's not trained but carries a firearm and does not have those mindsets that would probably be prone to the moment a mugger comes up to him and is like, "Hey, man, give me your money." Instead of like just complying, they're gonna be like, "Oh, got to go to the firearm. This is what it's for." You know what I mean? I would agree with you. I would say that probably is an issue, but this would become an issue of gun culture in a society rather than the gun itself. So I would just encourage, and I do this in my day to day. Like I just encourage like better gun ownership and better gun safety and better just across the board. Like the people that are going to carry firearms, they need to understand the responsibility of them, and they should train accordingly. So
Okay.
I do that, and I think you would probably agree with me. There's just a problem. There's just like a gun culture problem.
Okay, yeah, I think that's an interesting way to go. Just so you know, I'm on the fence about guns. I'm very on the fence. I see some pros, but I see some really big cons that it's like, even with the threat of like tyrannical overthrow, guerrilla warfare stuff, I still wouldn't advocate for gun laws in Canada like they have in America. I wouldn't be down for that because I think basically the trade off at this point isn't worth it. Like, I would basically be like, maybe Canadians can figure out a different way to engage in guerrilla warfare. It's not worth the like amount of like problems that come out of a gun culture. So, but like you said, there's a difference between gun ownership and gun culture, because I have some serious concerns about gun culture in America.
And I think that's where the argument, every time this discussion is had, that's where the split is, and that's where the miscommunication always happens, is because the people advocating for guns are advocating for guns, while the people advocating for gun control are typically advocating against this gun culture.
Right. So let's disentangle them. What's the difference to you?
I think the difference is like what you view that firearm at. Like if somebody talks to me and they start talking about their weapon as like they start, hey man, can't wait to tell you about like this new gun I got a silencer on it, like it just like dumb shit about like the aesthetics of the weapon,
right,
rather than talking about like it as a tool and like how it is like it makes them more effective in whatever they think they're trying to accomplish, right? So like if I'm wanting to hunt, I might talk to you about this new hunting rifle that is much more effective at hunting objectives.
right.
If I start talking about like this new pistol I got, I might start talking to you about how it makes it more effective for me to conceal it. It makes it more like less heavy on my hip, easier for me to carry. It's going to be easier for me to draw. It's got like a tighter the safeties, stuff like that. If we start talking about it, and I know you're talking about it in a way that just like you understand it's a tool for a purpose that is serious, but like it's just like it's a very rare thing, but it's something that you need to prepare for, versus like the people who talk about guns as like a fucking new toy they got, or something they just can't wait to take out and shoot or show off to people, or use as like a status symbol. Those are the things that really start to annoy me and start to piss me off, because I don't think that's what guns are and what they've ever meant to be.
I'm going to push you on this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I would say of the gun owners, because I know, so my dad is a cop, just so you have background on me. My dad was a cop for about 32 years. And he was like one of the top shooters in his like police academy and stuff for about 10 years. Got a lot of trophies for it. So he's a big gun guy. And so he's not personally involved with guns actually at all anymore, just because he became super Christian and then gave up all of his hobbies, but that's an aside. But I'm also pretty familiar with rural individuals, and guns are a lot more popular with rural populations in Canada, for obvious reasons. Hunting is actually a lot more common with rural individuals in Canada as well. And I would say when you talk with gun people, they totally have that gun culture of like, look at my sexy gun, it looks cool, I feel cool holding it, I'm excited. And I would argue gun ownership to some extent always necessarily leads to that, because of basically cognitive dissonance. Like your brain is motivated to value things that you drop a shitload of money on. And in Canada, if you own guns, I don't know what all the laws are in the States, but in Canada, to own a gun, you're dropping, like, the first time you get a gun, you're dropping like $3,000 to $4,000 because we have to lock up our ammunition and guns separately. I don't know if that's the case in every state, because I know it's also different by state, whereas in Canada it's federally. but you have to like lock up your ammunition separately from your gun. So when you buy a gun, you have to buy 2 forms of lock safes, the gun and the ammunition and the firearm training and the firearm license. So it actually is like, my dad wanted to get back into it and he was like, it's literally like $4 to $6 grand to start. Like it's such a big sink that at that point you are kind of proud when you get it. You do think it's kind of sexy and fun and cool, because gun ownership, to some extent, when you have to work so hard, especially in Canada, to get it, is kind of exciting and cool. Now in the States it's a bit different, because it seems like in some states you can just kind of
that's what happens with that's what happens with like our actual like fully automatic machine guns, like because the average citizen can't buy like a fully automatic weapon. They can't buy like sawed off shotguns. They can't buy like RPGs. Obviously, like there's a lot of but if you go through the right like checks and backgrounds, background checks, you can get these weapons, and then it becomes like this, like, look at this super cool sexy thing I bought. So I could see how the same thing happens in Canada, just like with lesser,
but it doesn't, we don't have the same gun issues. So we've got the same gun culture, but we don't have the same gun issues, right? And in a large part is because we can't own guns nearly as ubiquitously. Maybe if we could just own guns as often, but that's kind of the point, right? Is maybe the issue isn't gun culture, maybe the issue is actually just gun ownership.
Yeah, I see the problem. Well, no, it's like okay, like yeah, if you think that's where people are naturally gonna go, then yes, I do. And the older I get and the more people I meet that were outside the military with their weapons, the more I see that. But like my father was also a police officer. He still is a police officer. My mom was an undercover narcotics agent for several years. Like
that's cool.
My family is all police, and like they're all military. So like my perception of weapons is
very
so different
mm-hmm.
than what a lot of people's perception is. So I am on and it's fucked up. It is like a lot of people on the right get mad at me, but it's like I start getting more like, okay, like no fucking, it shouldn't be just so fucking easy to go out and just grab a pistol off the street. Like, but I think most Americans agree with like common sense gun reform and not gun reform, but gun control measures, like universal background checks and like no firearms for felons, no firearms for people who have committed domestic violence, people who have any type of like physical violence in their past, even if it's not a felony, they probably should not have a firearm. Like anything that would like indicate like a proclivity to like a escalation of violence, you should probably not have a firearm, because I know what that firearm can do.
Right.
But yeah, I just don't. My problem comes with the restriction, right? So it's like how do you effectively restrict these people without creating any barrier, like these barriers on like people who don't deserve to have barriers put upon them.
Yeah. So one issue that immediately comes to mind to me for the states that I think is very unique is I understand the states' desire to give individual states as much control, right? Because it was originally meant to be a republic. It's not entirely a republic anymore, but it kind of still tries to give as much republic kind of state insulated sovereignty as possible. But when it comes to,
we still have a federalist bend. Yeah, I would say America still holds that federalist leaning.
But you guys have different gun laws state by state, is my understanding.
But that would be a example of federalism being enacted, right? Because these states are getting to dictate on a state by state basis, not a federal.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you would be for a federal level imposure of gun control.
No. I think this is exactly how America was supposed to. And we do have a federal when it comes to gun, we have the Second Amendment, which is like this broad
right to bear arms.
This broad brush, like you can't take Americans like right to own guns away, but how we like interpret that and how we, because there was obvious restrictions set upon even at the beginning, like you couldn't have a cannon. Well, I mean, you could. We've put barriers in place to firearms, and we've had restrictions to firearms since the beginning. It's just like there's a general sense of um, you can't take the firearm, you just can't eliminate it across the board for people. So how you want to work that can be done state by state. You can have limits on like barrel length, you can have limits on magazine size, you can have limits on caliber. All of these things can be enacted, but at the end of the day, there has to be some way for the citizens to access a firearm. As long as they can do that, I think technically you're not you're not going against the Second Amendment.
Right. So my question is, because firearms, there is a gun problem, and I'm erring towards being like, it might be a gun culture problem, but I also do think that there's a gun ownership problem, with large part of there are so many states that have such varied laws. And I understand. I think a lot of people who are very anti-gun are very reductionist, where they kind of just make it sound like anyone can walk in off the street and ask for a gun, and people are like, we don't even charge you for guns, they're free, and you get candy with it. Yay!
Yeah,
Right?
they just give you a bottle of Jack Daniels with your 45, and they're like, here you go.
Yeah, enjoy, make sure you drink and use. Actually, that's our mandate, right? And so like I understand that that is not what's happening, but the issue is that it seems that what is happening is super varied by state. It seems within like smaller towns and precincts that might actually vary a lot. I remember there was a documentary, and I don't know how true this is because I'm very dubious of any documentary that I watch. I think it's the guy who has the most monotone voice in the world, wears suits and has sneakers on. Do you know this documentarian that I'm talking about?
No, but this guy sounds amazing.
Yeah, he's he was like a comedian for a while, and he did a gun violence documentary, and he went, I forget where he was, I want to say like Arizona potentially, and he went to kind of bumfuck Arizona, signed up with a bank, and then was given a rifle in exchange for signing up with the bank. And so I was like, I don't know to what extent this is staged. I have no idea. Again, I'm very dubious of I really try to fact check documentaries if I'm taking.
Michael Moore? Is it Michael Moore?
I think it might be.
Very fat. Like, is he super fat? I don't know if that dude wears suits.
No.
Michael Moore made
it's Michael Moore. It was before he plucked up. This is a pretty old documentary that I'm thinking of now.
Okay.
But yeah, it is Michael Moore. I love Michael Moore. So like people are bringing up, for example, one person in the comments said, I have 6 voluntary psychiatric hospital admissions and I can still also legally purchase a firearm, right? So there's this question of, is that an issue? And that's kind of what I'm wondering of, like, I understand the need to like maintain the state's republic vibe. I'm for that, right? I'm not anti-states at all, but I'm wondering if there should be more than just the Second Amendment at a federal level, like for example, saying certain mental health disorders, certain background checks, or is there? And like, if I'm
that's what I was about to tell you. I was going to say on the FBI's background check that they do, it asks you, have you ever been admitted to a psychiatric ward?
But you could just say no.
You could, but it would come up. You
can you easily bypass it? I don't know much.
Well, no, you would get flagged when the FBI ran that background check. You could access that firearm. You could get that firearm and take it home. But once that FBI background check gets run, it eventually that somebody will come and remove that firearm for you. Technically, when you go to a gun dealer and you attempt to purchase a firearm, they're going to run a basic FBI background check on you.
And in any state that you go to?
Yes, that's
a federal imposer.
I don't think I don't think it's federal, but every state imposes it, all 50, plus Guam and Puerto Rico. If I'm incorrect on that, I'd be very shocked. But I
have Mother Google here, so I just check.
I'm almost 99% positive every single one of those imposes the FBI background check. Whether or not that FBI background check gets done fast enough or quick enough, so they don't give you the firearm, because some states have like certain waiting periods. Some states have like you can basically just go in, and if they don't get the background check information quick enough, they can just sell you the firearm and you can take it, and then the FBI and the people on the back end are supposed to take care of it. And there are people that slip through the cracks on that. And I think this is an issue, and this may be becoming something where it's like you have to impose like a 2-day waiting period where we guarantee that background check goes through the proper channels and gets like cleared and comes back, and then you can give the firearm. That would probably be something where I would agree should be done by most states. But like again, this is one of those things where because federalism is the law of the land, we kind of require our states to do that. These state legislatures have to put those measures in place, basically.
Okay, so yeah, I just checked. There's a Brady bill. Somebody offered it to me in, Basney gave it to me in chat. There's something called a Brady bill, which is an act of the United States Congress that mandated federal background checks on firearm purchasers in the United States and imposed a 5-day waiting period on purchases.
That was back after Ronald Reagan was shot, though.
So is that still held?
No, I don't think the Brady bill ever passed.
It became effective February 28th, 1994.
Oh, did it? But I think it was Heller versus DC changed that, though.
Oh, okay.
Versus DC. Hold on. District of Columbia. See, my bad. I did not do the digging into this because we were gonna talk about
policing. I know. Then we got stuck on guns.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We can do that in the future. I'm sure we could. I'm not sure. Now that you're a super famous streamer,
yeah, so famous, nice D- list streamer. Yep. Would you, so let's do hypotheticals then, rather than, because I'm curious, I want to pick your thoughts on it first, like where your positions are first, because you can always dig for the data after and make up your decision. So if there was a federal imposure to say that you cannot own guns, do you think that if they don't pass, like what checks do you think should be enforced by the FBI background check, and should they be prohibiting? Because my big concern, to be honest, is I don't trust bureaucracy to do the follow-up. Like they might, but I think I'm very concerned about the idea of, we do the background check, hopefully you didn't lie there, buddy, we give you the gun the same day. If you did lie, don't worry, we'll come back in 5 days and take it. And I'm like, that seems sketchy. I've worked with enough social workers to know that there's lots of things bureaucratically that we are supposed to do, that just like with the number of just shit that goes on at a bureaucratic level, it doesn't get done.
Yeah, there's just too much on a lot of people's plates.
So would you be for restricting purchase day of with a like more strict FBI? So for example, if they had voluntary or non-voluntary hospital checks, which I don't even know if I'm for, if it's voluntary, because voluntary indicates
I get a little
wisdom.
I get a little iffy on that, because like right to privacy, like I just don't know. I would agree with you, like to a certain level, you eliminate that when you go and try to, buy a firearm. You probably eliminate that right to privacy when it comes to like your mental health history,
or your crime history.
Or your crime history.
So the FBI check, I assume, checks crime immediately.
Well, but from my understanding, it checks mental health, like doctor records. And I could be wrong on this, but like if you've been involuntarily admitted to a psych ward, I'm pretty sure that we can find that on a record somewhere. Like I'm pretty sure the health records or like your medical records we could find that. Like the government at least could find that, right?
Right.
So that becomes one of those issues where it's like, yeah, we just kind of have to trust bureaucracy to do its job.
Right.
And believe me, I'm in public administration. Like I'm trying to get my degree in public administration. All I do all day is like read about like the bureaucratic like successes and failings of the last century.
Right.
So I understand that we put a lot of people, like a lot on these people's plates, but do we start restricting freedoms and rights to people just because we don't know if like the bureaucracy can handle
I would say
it, right?
yes. Yes. I would say unquestionably yes.
Yeah. I would say some of these rights and freedoms, I don't know if I would relinquish them just because
Right.
of that. I do agree with some. I would, and this might be the the enlightened centrist in me. I do think there are some things that we have to give up, but
Right. So what
I
about more
just
of
don't.
like a Canadian system, but a little bit easier? So Canadian system, you're required to do a certain number of courses.
Oh
And
hell yes! Oh
so
my
you're
god!
very for
Yeah.
education because there's no courses at this
Oh my
point
god!
required. And I would
There
argue that they
are.
need to be federally or state run
Well,
to some extent to
this is a state by state thing.
to ensure that they are actually getting the training. They're not just saying, "No, I've never committed a crime. No, I've also done this training."
Well, let's take the two examples I have most recently. So, Ohio, where I initially got my concealed carry permit. Um, that's actually a bigger thing. You're just talking about just to own a gun across the board, like just to even get that gun. So a lot of people
To have an
don't care.
opportunity to get
Yeah,
that gun. Yeah.
yes. And like a lot of people in America, if you have $200, you can go buy a firearm as long as you pass the background check and everything there. You can get that and go home and like never have to do anything. But like if
Right.
you wanted to carry that firearm outside your house concealed, you would have to go through um, a course, like a concealed carry course, where they teach you like de-escalation, where they teach you like threat evaluation and like proper ID of a target and like of a threat. Um, there are a lot of these, and like a lot of states impose these, I would say, except for a select few that have like zero restrictions on concealed carry. Places like I think like Montana, um, where they have like no, they have
Meaning
no
that you can
restrictions.
conceal so people can't know if you can
You
tuck
can
like a
go,
pistol in your belt and hide it, and that's legal. Whereas
yes.
most states ban that, or is it
Most states,
mixed?
it's not banned. It's you have to get a permit to
Conceal.
carry that weapon concealed. Because when you start talking about the concealing of a firearm, it just adds a different dimension to
It's a
firearm ownership.
why. Like if the idea is a tool of self-defense, de-escalation, and kind of like fuck off, I have a gun. Why are you conceal carrying?
I own no. I think open carrying weapons is the dumbest thing in the world.
Okay.
I think people that open carry pistols and all, I think that's
Because of the priming effect that it has, like people just seeing it and triggering it.
it just puts it like it just makes people uneasy. It's just like it. That's not what. And I guess you could say like, okay, I got it on my hip. This is a deterrence. Don't fuck with me. But like that's
We also have research that it primes people to be more aggressive and less thoughtful.
yes, exactly. It's just like it like the entire environment of your environment changes because of the presence of that pistol.
Right.
I have it concealed. I know it's there. It doesn't change the environment at all. It just creates a means for me to diffuse a situation if it gets out of hand. That's all it does.
Right.
That's
It's like
why
your
concealed
last ditch
carry.
offer, like solution if you've tried everything else, basically.
Yes, and it also creates a barrier where people don't know what the threat is. So a mugger might look at me and go, if I like, okay, if in a
I
world
mean,
where
yes, no
only
mugger's
open
gonna
care,
target you. Aren't you like
well,
6'3" and
I'm 6'2",
okay,
and
yeah,
yeah, I mean,
muggers aren't gonna target you. But like me,
but
okay,
if
let's take me.
yes,
Muggers are much more likely to target
okay,
me.
let's just say a young woman is walking in a world where only open carry is allowed. If I don't see a pistol on that person,
It flags
I
them as a
know
prime
they
target.
don't. Yeah, I know that person does not have a gun. But in a
Assuming
world
that
where
nobody else is
concealed,
gonna help.
yes, but in a world of concealed carry, every single person theoretically has a weapon.
Could. Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Even the people who do not have weapons could have a weapon. I don't know what that woman has in her purse. Like my fiance, I encourage my fiance constantly. I want her to have carry a pistol in her purse, because it creates, like, it allows her to, have a tool to level the playing field. But like, for muggers in America, or people who are going to commit violent crimes, they have to go about their violent crimes knowing that every single human being that they run into could theoretically have a pistol. This is why, again, I think this conversation is different in America, because in Canada, I would assume that thought never goes through almost anybody's mind,
Right.
when they commit crimes. Like, I would bet they can almost guarantee that the person that they're committing a crime against does not have a gun. So, and my problem is I don't know how much this deterrence makes up for the violence that comes with guns, right? So that's the internal dilemma I kind of come to all the time.
I guess I run into, like, with crimes, right? Criminals who are in America, there's, especially for their first time, probably the buy-in is going to be a little bit more intense for them to do it, because there is that threat of anyone could have a gun. But my experience with people, and I don't have a study to back this up, and I can't think of a psychological term. I feel like I've learned it, but it could just be anecdotal, to be honest. What I like kind of call it, like, the threshold effect, which is like, once you've done something once, it's a lot easier to do it every time after that. And so it's like, once you've kind of pressured that kid in the gang or whatever it is to do his first crime, where he's super scared because he thinks anyone could have a fucking gun, once he gets past that threshold, he's like, oh, it wasn't so bad. They didn't have a gun, or they didn't pull a gun on me. Okay, holy shit, I can do this. So I guess my question with guns is, like, it feels like their effect is like open or hidden carry. It seems to, at least the implied threat is gone after potentially the first or second crime.
But would you agree that that's kind of just a psychological effect of all crime? Because I know people, like, drinking and driving. So, like, somebody who has never drunk and then drove before, they might be a little less like, prone to do that. But once they drink and drive once and get home safe and nothing happens, I feel there's probably stats to back this up. I don't have them right in front of me, but, like, they're more prone to drink and drive in the future. So do you think that's more just like a psychological effect of just, like, becoming more comfortable with something?
With doing crime? Yeah. Like habituation, essentially.
Well, even if it's not doing crime, if it's basically, you could do that with anything, right?
It just means that the, like, argument that one of the benefits of having open or closed carry in that case is it falls apart. It's pretty weak overall, because broadly we see that people who are doing, like, especially if we're talking about, like, random muggings and stuff, which, like, most violent crime, by the way, isn't random muggings on the street where there's, like, the guns are most violent crimes is happening between two people. Like, bar fights are one of the most common forms of crime. When we're talking about these, like, mugger type situations, these are going to be typically repeat offenders. These are high recidivists, and those are the people that we're trying to theoretically deter the most with this, but they're not likely to be deterred because of peer pressure and habituation.
Yes, but I don't think, because of the presence of repeat offenders, that, like, you can't, like, you still have to account for the people that are going to be first time offenders, right? So, like, so by acknowledging that, yeah, okay, it might be like a deterrence for first time offenders, but not for repeat offenders, I would still say, okay, well, yeah, but that deterrence, that right there, that deterrence for the first time offenders is worth having it there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I don't know the stats on it. I'm not sure how much deterrence matters to some extent, because a lot of crime is done under the influence and like pretty impulsively and stuff like that, right? Like, obviously there's, like, these plotted out assaults and thefts and stuff like
Yes.
that. But most crime is impulsive. It's done by somebody usually under the influence of something, and so there's not a lot of forethought, and they're not also thinking long term about like what are the potential outcomes of deterrence to me doing this. They're just kind of like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do it.
But a lot of self-defense or like cases and like the way people think about self-defense is acts within the home of like in my castle, in my house type thing, where it's like, well, these acts of violence kind of are not under the influence where it's like a breaking and entering of a home. Like, yes, I do agree with you. The people that are using firearms as like a self-defense measure in acts of like out at a bar or like a mugger on the street or whatever, yes, I would agree that's probably there. But when we talk about like self-defense, a lot of people think of it like as an in the home, and like protecting yourself from intruders into that space, and that's not so much crimes like impulsive crimes, if that makes sense. And if you can give me 2 seconds, my dog is about.
Yeah, go for it.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm just reading through some deterrence information. So, okay. Yes. Sorry, chat. I have been reading you guys a little bit. I just have a hard time dual engaging, and I hate having people on and not like giving them my full attention. Reading through. So, do you guys think we should keep talking about guns? Here's my issue in talking about guns is, in general, I think deterrence is broadly ineffective. It seems to be the case, like if deterrence was effective, but the question is, okay, here's the thing about deterrence. Broadly, it's ineffective, but usually when we're talking about deterrence, we're talking about particularly like punishment, right? Deterrence, as far as like de-escalation, seems to be decently effective. However, deterrence is oftentimes pretty ineffective if somebody is mentally incapacitated, if there's a serious mental illness going on, or if there's a serious brain injury going on. Yeah, that was a really cute dog. Headless Chicken, we love you. We love all of you. If you guys are engaging in good faith with one another and debating in the chat, I'm all for it. Just don't be buttheads. Well, you can be buttheads, just don't be mean. Mostly. Well, you can be mean too. Just don't like say slurs and stuff like that. I don't even
Yeah, I
mind
was gonna
people
say,
being
just
mean.
keep it slightly, just like not over the top.
Don't
You can
engage
be
in
a
harassment
little,
and slurs, please.
yeah. Blood sports is encouraged. It's just like don't like be offensive while you're in blood sports.
Yeah. So one thing I'm looking at, so I think I should probably be careful. So when we talk about deterrence in forensic psychology, we're talking about almost exclusively punishment, so jail time, because there's a lot of arguments that with harsher jail times, we're going to deter crime more often. And it just doesn't seem to be borne out in the research, because when people are doing crime, they're not really thinking about jail time. They're mostly hoping that they're going to get off, right? Almost all of them, right? Some of them, I think, are aware, but broadly, it seems to be the case that like severity and stuff and likelihood of punishment isn't particularly severity. Severity of punishment is like a very ineffective deterrent. Likelihood of punishment seems to be a better deterrent, and particularly like with a basic behavioralism, if it's immediate, which could be one argument. Like it's people are being like, well, that's for gun by having guns. I am super on the fence on this because I totally see arguments for and against. And it's actually important that we go through the fors and the against, because fundamentally we have to make a decision that, in my view, has more pros than cons to it. And who the fuck cares what my opinion is, but that's would be the process I go by.
Well, and I think it's important to talk about like deterrence, like you're saying, like deterrence. I think when we talk about crime, I don't think anybody that's committing crime thinks they're going to get caught. I think they always think they're going to get away with the crime, or they would not commit the crime. Like they're like, it just seems simple. So I do think deterrence on a criminal justice aspect has its weak points, and I'm very open to talking about reforms to the criminal justice system on a deterrence level. However, I do think there is that clear distinction when we talk about deterrence on a self-defense aspect, right? So if I'm a person who's going to walk up and mug somebody, a bit of a deterrence factor, whether it's genetic or not, is just me being 6'2". It's a bit of a deterrence factor because he knows I have a slightly better chance of defending myself than
Exactly.
a 5 foot nothing 110-pound person.
Yeah.
So like it and
there's something to that. That's why most women I know who get enough money and have housing, that's why I got a German Shepherd. Because I used to live in the city. I used to go running regularly, and I used to run late at night. I really enjoy, like, when it's darker and settled, it helps me sleep and stuff like that. But I had to stop running before I had the dog because there was just a lot of people. I remember, like, literally there was one neighborhood cruiser who, like, I started seeing a lot. They'd slow every time they went past me, and I have a cop dad, so I'm extremely paranoid and, like, nervous, right? So it's like, I'm just not cut out for this shit. Whereas when we got my German Shepherd, when we were still in the city, I didn't give a fuck. I'd go walking at 2 a.m. and people would see, like, and she's, like, not the most friendly German Shepherd, and she's part husky, so she has demon white blue eyes as well. So she just literally looks like a demon dog.
just you're gonna chew you up.
Yeah,
chew your ass
and
up.
people would always just, like, they'd always cross to get away from the dog, which is a process of deterrence, right? Yes. I remember another time, I think about situations, for example, when I was living in the city, I had this young individual who kept coming around the house and trying to knock on my door late at night and then hide so that I would open the door to them.
Like a ding dong dip?
No, it was like a hopefully you can come out so I can maybe assault you type vibe. That was the vibes I was getting. It was really creepy. Yeah, it was super creepy.
I thought you meant younger, as in, okay, so this
he was about probably 17 or 18.
Okay, yeah.
But he was definitely knocking
dangerous.
and then hiding at the side where I couldn't see. So my door had, like, a big window, and then there was kind of sides that were walls, so I couldn't see where he had hidden. But luckily, I have a cop dad, so if it's past a certain time, if there's nobody at the door, I don't open it, right? Right. And in that situation, he wouldn't leave my door. He would, like, once I saw him, I was like, hey, I can see you. Like, I could see his shadow. I was like, I can see you. Like, please just come out. And he, like, stepped out, and then he started trying to jiggle my handle. Right. So he was obviously trying to get in and do nefarious shit. Right. And so I just stepped back, opened the door where I'd kept my dog, and let her run at the door and scare him. But it wasn't a very effective deterrent. He came back 4 to 5 times, and to the point where, like, I had all of the beat cops on my phone so I could just text them next time he came around so that they could just get there quicker, because I would call the pot. It was super scary, right? And, like, obviously, like, all my doors were locked, but I think about, like, if I had a gun and I could have just been like, hey, I have a gun, would he have come back 4 times? And I have no idea. That's the issues. I'm like, I just don't know. And my heuristics want to say yes, but is it borne out in the data? And is it worth the cost of all of the murders and all of the violent gun crime that happens? And I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Well, in America, but that's the thing. Like, in America, it's like, well, that those murder and violent gun crime that's happening. So I just encourage every single woman I know, like, okay, well, then you are not contributing to a problem. Even if you think there is a problem, you're not going to contribute to it by then adding one more gun to the situation. So it's like, yes, I think that's a different conversation when it becomes, like, in Canada, where it's like, okay, well, I have to go through this process, and, like, this process creates, like, a big, like, national debate. I do think there's more of a conversation for you there.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, I think there isn't a chance in the fucking world homeboy comes back if you step outside and point a gun at him and say, I'm not going to point this at you next time. I'm just going to shoot you in the fucking head.
Right.
If you come back and you sit and because I don't know about you, but when somebody does something of that nature, I don't have any qualms about your safety or how you, but, like, you threaten my life, you threaten my safety, in your instance, like a very, like, a sacrosanct thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't fuck, like, you don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, once you, like, threaten to cross that threshold, I don't have any problem with you taking every single, like, step needed to eliminate that threat for good, not just, like, that moment. This becomes like that threat, if it's going to persist, I would rather you just snuff it out from the beginning.
Right.
So,
and okay, and now I'm going to push back, and I'm going to make you potentially feel bad.
Of course.
Potentially. So this kid, I'll continue with this story. This kid, 17, 18, beat cops, knew him very well. Comes from a really, really fucked up indigenous family, lots of gang. This kid was born into gang situations. Kid also has pretty severe FASD.
Can you give
fetal alcohol syndrome? Sorry. Which means that cognitively he's operating at a much lower level. So that doesn't excuse the behavior. But what happened instead is the beat cops basically, it was actually interesting. There was one day where they drove by because they stopped in to be like, hey, we got your report the night of. Can we just get more details from you specifically? So they were sitting on my lawn chatting with me, and the kid walked by because he lived in the neighborhood and he had been walking by my house a ton. And so as he walked by, they're like, anyways, any more information you want to give? And I was like, oh yeah, that's him. And the cops were like, oh. So they like walk over there and they just confront the kid and they basically write him up a warning. And they're like, look, this entire street, you're not allowed to be on it. Every single residence will be notified that if you walk down the street, you can basically be like, it can be considered, he had some parole sanctions against him already. He'd been released from juvie and stuff. So they basically just called his PO officer. They included that within it. He basically said, if you're on this street at all, they can call and you can be immediately sent back to jail. That effectively deterred it completely. And the kid didn't lose his life. And I'm very like, I'm the psych person, right? So I'm like, I don't think all of them can be reformed, but a lot of them can. And it would have made me sad to think that I maybe killed this kid's life who is extremely low functioning, comes from a terrible background. If he has the potential for reform, and I know that that's like, what's the trade-off there, which I think is totally fair as well. It's actually just fundamentally comes down to what you value more, basically, which isn't like a good or a bad thing. It's just kind of you have to decide. But
there's only
the trade-off
one type of veal.
Yeah, that, and I mean that's literally, I think that's all it comes down to. It's like, there are so many horrific accidents that come and like things that probably could have been maybe like de-escalated or not come to a life or death situation had a gun not been present.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned this. It's like that trade-off of then how many times did that gun then save a person's life or eliminate a threat,
or eliminate a life, right? Because he didn't take my life. He never did. My doors were locked. There was no way for him to get in, right? If he had died in that circumstance, I think that would have been a tragedy, because the cost for me, like, I was a little bit stressed out, and at 2 a.m. if I heard weird noises, I'd wake up and kind of get a little bit panicked, and then I'd check my locks and I was like, okay, I'm fine, and I go right. That was about the cost for me. And then I've moved out. I have no fear sleeping at night again. Like, it was a pretty small cost for me to just keep my doors locked and call the cops basically and inform them constantly if he came around.
No, and can I say this too? I think you were being hyper vigilant, and I think you were doing like every single good step that you could to alleviate the threat at hand without, obviously taking like an action like bringing a pistol or bringing like a gun to it. The problem is I feel like a lot of people don't do all of those, like don't take all of those actions.
No.
A lot of women, when they face threats of like sexual assault or whatever, they don't even report it. They don't a lot of them won't even talk to friends or family members because they feel it's an embarrassing thing.
There's stigma, there's survivor guilt, there's worry about the cops not believing them. Even if the cops do, it's incredibly difficult to persecute. Like, there's a lot of bullshit that goes on with that shit.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of like social stigma that comes with this that women face that like men obviously don't have to face, and then thus like these conversations don't even apply to. But like for women, it's like I consider a gun the great equalizer a lot of times, because like they didn't take those necessary steps before. They didn't have
there's only one type of veal
respond quickly. They didn't have police that were kind of on the lookout in this general area. They didn't have even like friends and family members that knew about like a suspicious man walking around or kind of being like present in their life. Like, there's a lot of things that if women did on a more consistent basis, I would say, yep, it probably don't need, there's not a necessary need for guns. But because right now so many women don't take those steps, I would still say like, on a broad brush, I would just say like, yeah, having a weapon is going to give you the most effective means of defending yourself to immediate danger. Are there more effective ways of doing that? Probably, like the way you said, like it probably was more effective for you to just have all those like
scary dog,
all
locked
those
door.
like things. Yeah, like
but I had
think
the privilege.
all of that.
I had a scary dog. I had a door that I trusted to stay solidly shut no matter what. I've been socialized by a cop father to not be polite and agreeable. I've also been socialized by a cop father to be distinctly paranoid after a certain time of day, and just in general to kind of do like a quick scan of people for like danger, and then I've had to do my own like psychological work to offset and make sure that we're not doing bias as well, more like prejudice as well. And I wouldn't say it's difficult because it's like, is the gun the solution when the education and like socialization problems aren't solved? Potentially, but does that also put off the education and socialization solutions that we need to be talking for, right? Which is why I'm very for women having tasers and pepper spray in certain vulnerable groups that like statistically they need to have like get better access, people with disabilities, all those sorts of things, so that they can defend themselves. Is that going to increase risks for like certain crimes now by those populations? Probably not. Women don't seem to do most of the crime, particularly not violent crime, right? In that situation, again, I have a cop dad who's taught me all of the effective ways to engage in like some sort of physical force if I needed to. That wouldn't, because in Canada we have an escalation of force self-defense law as well that like is really fucking terrible, especially for women and more like weaker individuals, because it's not escalation of force with mind of like
it's like you have an objection.
It's like if they have a fist and you have a knife, you're escalating force, even if they're a 6'3", 260-pound wall of muscle, and you're like an 82-year-old woman. And it's not perfect. Like some judges are better at like navigating that, but the fact that like that precedent even exists is really sketchy, which is why like cops actually like kind of sneaky tell women of like, here are some things that you can do that aren't considered escalated force. Like you just happen to have a pen in your hand, like. That's not an escalation force. You just happen to have it.
There are places where you have the victim, have a duty to do things before you can enact like self.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. And like
ludicrous.
It's just like it's so frustrating as somebody like I really want to like empower women to be like keep themselves safe, and like I do want to address like the actual like physical threat risk that women constantly have to navigate. And I don't want to do it. I want to be like careful, like not victim blaming, all the caveats that are needed for that. I'm not convinced that the gun is the balancer that I want. And I get in the States that it might be because everyone's got guns, but it wouldn't convince me to make Canada the same as the States. That's for sure.
No, I feel it. Really quick. So I hate to do this. Is there any chance that we could probably wrap this up for this evening?
Yeah.
And then possibly set something up for the future too, because I'm not gonna lie, I got a couple things I do need to wrap up this evening, and I would like to eat some dinner. So
of course,
I apologize. My bad. Yeah.
No, but don't apologize. You're good.
I definitely want to set something up in the future. I'm not sure if you're gonna be doing any of the Prime stuff coming up, but
I'll be on Prime tomorrow. We're talking about the crunch and the mental health abuses that are done by game development companies.
What does he do on Saturdays?
It's a small council, so there's just a couple of us there.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be on Reverie Monday, so I'm not totally sure. And then I'm on the Hippy Dippy recruitment panel on Sunday. So
nice.
We if anybody thinks I'm not completely ludicrous or likes any of my takes, you can see me there.
They may want to hate watch you too.
Hey,
what is your name? Because people are wondering who you are.
Half Baked Takes. You can find me Half Baked Takes on everything if you type that into whatever. I'm Todd from Half Baked Takes on YouTube.
Do you want to message me your Twitch link and then I'll post it in the Twitch chat?
Twitch is twitch.tv/Half Baked Takes. But yeah, I will send that over to you. And thank you so much for having me on. And I do, like, my big thing is like I appreciate people that like just give like genuine like real thought to policy and to issues, and don't just go like don't dogmatically just answer every single thing, like
Yeah.
whatever the party lines are. I just appreciate that. So I do appreciate everything that you're doing, and good luck on this journey. And hopefully one day I can say that I talked to one of the most famous church politics people
The
out there.
D-lister. The
Yeah,
D-lister.
become an A-lister.
Aphrodite? What's her name? Why is she named after a sex goddess? I'm not.
No,
by
you're
the way.
gonna be shitting on Bosch in less than a year. I promise.
I don't have nearly the vocabulary to shit on Bosch. He unquestionably intellectually outpaces me.
Well, I mean, that's what sociology majors do. They just try to 10,000 IQ every conversation.
They do, and then they don't have methodology behind it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you have a great rest of your night, and hopefully we'll be talking soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, guys.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks, Slater. Okay, I have a bunch of people to thank because a bunch of you subscribed while we were chatting, and I apologize. I try not to interrupt. I hate when the flow of conversations get interrupted by subs, but I also want to thank the subs. So, Erdturd Man, thank you again. I don't know if that's how you say it, Erdturd. Hopefully that's correct. Bausch. The Threebo, thank you for the gifted subs. Slater X, thank you for the sub. Who else I saw? Oh, I thought I wrote their name down, but I didn't. Oh, yeah. Curmudgeon Jones, thank you as well for the sub. I super appreciate it, guys. I hope you guys found that somewhat enjoyable. Okay, so when I talk to Half-Baked Takes again, we'll get a little bit more into policing. That's actually what I prepped for. I didn't prep for gun laws at all, which is probably annoying because there was a lot of me just like talking about nothing. I'm going to reach out to somebody. They wanted to talk to me about a conversation they had with Mr. Girl. I'm going to see if they're still around. We'll see. Where are they? There they are. So if you guys want to stick around, I might be...
There's only one type of eel.
Bibbers!
Okay.
I wanted to call you Beavers, but I didn't know how offended you would be about that. Oh, he's currently waiting to get on the stream. So maybe afterwards we can talk to him. Let me just you have to watch the new Destiny video on stream. Are we against React? What's the new Destiny video? Is it the... What's the new Destiny video? Sure, we can watch the new Destiny video together. Yeah, if there's anyone you guys think you want, if there's any content you specifically want, guys, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna do like random shit. I don't know what this is. No, stop. Don't do it. Okay.
The child is male is...
That's a video, sorry. Let's transition you guys to a web page then. Okay, new Destiny video. Okay. A based woman take. Thanks, guys. Gun control is a really interesting one. I get really stuck with gun control because there really is actually a lot of pros and cons to both sides. And the problem with America is they're in so fucking deep that I don't know what the solution is, right? And the issue is that, like, we have to be careful that if we fix the gun control problem, that the main ones who pay the price shouldn't just be the, like, most staunchly law-abiding citizens. Is it the legendary schizo email? Is that the one? I owe Train an apology. Am I gonna get immediately banned for this? Oh, is it this one? It's this one, isn't it? Dear white women. Oh no. Okay. I don't know what I'm in for.
Hello again, Destiny.
I don't know what I'm in for, guys, but I'll react to it. How do you guys feel about reaction? There was a big debate recently with like Chud and a bunch of people talking about reaction streams. How do you guys feel about reaction streams? Do you guys like it? It seems like people like it. That's the issue, right? I don't have a big issue. If you ever want to react to my D-list content, go fucking wild. If all you want to do is watch my shit and then be like, twice, that's fine. I don't really care. I think reaction content is literally fucking fine. Exposure is fine. The worst reaction content, actually, the only reaction content I think is genuinely an issue is TikTok, particularly, because a lot of TikToks, what they'll do is they'll react, but they'll be fucking silent and they'll just watch the TikTok and be like, based, and they won't tag the original creator. They won't do any like props for the original creator, and it's just so annoying because that's fucking bullshit, because then you're actually stealing views and potentially revenue from the original creator. But I think on something like Twitch, right, it's pretty clear. This is Destiny. If you like Destiny's takes, feel free to follow and subscribe him. In fact, you guys should. If I find smaller guys, feel free. Sitting and watching 10 seasons of Fupa's going in. I thought we're not allowed to name Mr. H and his content. Most content creators watermark their stuff too. Yeah. In general, I'm not like super, I don't know. I just think like the money obsession is a little cringe. I don't know. In general, like I guess like if you're poor. So the biggest thing in my view is if you're a bigger creator and you're using much smaller content creator stuff to watch, and you don't shout them out, you don't even say their name once, you don't encourage people to like give their channel a view or give their channel a checkout, that's kind of shitty, right? Because they're a small content creator and they're probably like barely scraping by with money, right? But I feel like once you get to a certain size, who the fuck cares if people react and they don't even give you a shout out? Like if you're making enough money, you're making enough money. I don't know. I'm not a big money person myself. Like I definitely want enough to get by, but I really buy into the evidence that says once you hit a certain amount of income, happiness does not improve after that, right? Because there are certainly some things where yes, money buys happiness. Like if you can't fucking afford to like live in a rental suite or a home that you enjoy living in, right? And it doesn't mean a mansion. It means if your fucking landlord sucks, if they won't fix any of your broken appliances, if it's dirty, if all of your neighbors are screaming constantly and there's like people shitting in the back car lot and your car's getting broken in all the time, that's fair. Money buys happiness there. But up to like in Canada, I think now it's up to once you are making 70K a year as a family of 4, money doesn't improve happiness, right? At that point, what you need to be doing is actually, broadly, it seems to be the case, the thing that predicts happiness after that is working manageable work hours and taking lots of time for friends, family, and leisure. So my view is work as much as you'd like. If you enjoy your job, that's great, but I don't know. Sorry, I went on a long money rant. I recommend this because I think you will add something to it. You know what, Jacobus? My face alone adds to it, okay? That's how attractive I am. I'm gonna go out of theater mode though, so that you guys don't miss part of the clip, and I will move my dumb face to the side. There we go. There we go. Kind of opposed to streamer reacting to streamer, but whatever. I'm a geek, so I think study and live interaction is better. I agree, especially if like you're reacting to a streamer live. Just call them, is my view. And then like share, and then you guys are like both, I don't know. I definitely am not super for watching Twitch live at this point. But yeah, it's mostly talking, so it doesn't matter where you put the cam. Well,
Boy,
you're welcome.
do I have quite the super long schizo email for you today. I hope you read this one because I circle jerk you a lot in this one, but I also throw some shade at Tabor and Molina, so hopefully that doesn't rub you in the wrong direction too much.
Who's Tabor? Can you guys tell me who Tabor is?
No matter how many spurs attack you
Twitch
over the recent discourse, stay strong, King. You are the only one who is not a woman-hating incel, but still says the things that need to be said to properly critique society. It's extremely important to have someone like that. Otherwise, the only places people will flock to are the red pill anti-women communities or the complete, utter drooling, delusional lefty communities that have their heads in the sand over this issue.
Damn, just going in.
He links my tweet about the OnlyFans girls or whatever. This Twitter interaction is what I'm talking about.
See, here's the thing. I don't know if I would set Destiny's Twitter as the pinnacle of healthy masculine conversation about men's and women's roles in sexual escapades. I think as Destiny's takes when you talk to him, very nuanced. His Twitter, not exactly the gold standard that I would set up. It's funny a lot of the time and very provocative. But, you know, I don't know if that's exactly the gold standard I would set. But This emo makes his Twitter seem pretty tame. Ruh-roh. Is it an incel? Okay, let's keep going.
The Shark
we'll
Zero
keep going.
retard is using one of the stupidest copy-pasted dialogue tree talking points about all the biggest top 1% YouTubers/streamers are men. Every time I see lefties pivot to this point, it's if it has anything to do with what's actually being discussed. Every time I see, as if it isn't. To me, one of the biggest red flags of low intelligence is when Destiny brings up issue X and dumb people respond by talking about A, B, and C instead because they're incapable of seeing that X isn't the same or even related to A, B, and C. It's very rich when I see lefties of all people start citing the 0.0001% over the experience of 99.99999% working class. Don't let them get away with this talking point. What I mean is, who the fuck cares if men are the ones having an easier time at the 0.0001% of YouTubers, streamers, CEO, presidents, you name it, when there is now an increasing evidence that the remaining 99% of life seems to favor attractive white women?
That's fucking me. Assuming that people think, I guess, depending on whether you think attractive, but unquestionably white. Ruh-roh.
Don't women, mainly white, out-earn men on average now in the younger upcoming millennial generation?
That is true for the UK. I haven't seen updated stats. I haven't looked for a while in Canada and the US, but I know in the UK we were starting to see that. I wouldn't be surprised because women are by and large outpacing men in education, and education seems to be decently correlative to your average earnings. Just to be clear, earnings is what I'm talking about. Earnings, because wage is a dumb conversation for the most part. It's not necessarily a dumb conversation, but the way it's used in these conversations is fucking dumb. So we're talking about earnings, yearly earnings. You're white? Oh, come on. Headless, you know this. Look at me. I'm wearing a white shirt and you can barely even tell the difference between my skin tone and it. You're Canadian. What? That opens up a whole other spicy conversation that I don't know if I'm geared up for today. Mostly because I don't know where to go with that. Basically, are Canadians white, or I guess we should let's change my Discord stream name to Watching Destiny Hate Women. Sound good? 10 out of 10. I think he'll appreciate that. Make sure everyone shouts, don't act. So while I'm reacting to this, not only do I not want you to go and watch Destiny, I want you to make sure you unfollow as much as possible. Let's fucking deplatform this guy. Give me all of your love and, Make me daddy Twitch. Canadian Americans, that is actually the preferred title nowadays.
Just because the top 0.1% of Twitch is men, it doesn't change the fact that you can just enter any category on Twitch and just be an attractive woman, turn on the camera, just sit in front of it doing absolutely nothing and talking about absolutely nothing, and get an easy 50 to 100 views. Okay. The biggest variable here is literally just one, being at the right time and place with the right connections, or two, how attractive or sexual you're behaving on camera. Most of the 50 viewers will also disproportionately give you more money compared to 50 viewers a male streamer might get. Why?
I don't know if this is true. Do you guys know? Is there any stats on this? Anyone got some links for me? I believe it to some extent, but I'd be curious. I've elevated past basic white woman. Thanks, guys. Is it because of my fancy mic? Just kidding. I only donate to women. Nice. That's extremely feminist of you. But do you only date to women who agree with all of your positions? Because arguably, that's actually still infantilizing. Men like pretty girls. Yeah, it's true. Men do like pretty girls. I like pretty girls. I like pretty girls more than men. Now that I'm married, men don't even hit my radar.
Why would Shark Zero only analyze the top 1% and not
It was only after I got married that I realized I'm probably not as completely straight as I thought I was, to be honest. Ruiners Destiny gave himself a girl's name to get more donos. Yeah, he should try titty streaming a little bit more. We should make a petition to get Destiny to wear more V-necks, or actually, we should get him to borrow some of Melina's outfits, because I want to see that cleave. You know, I want to see it.
The bottom 99%. Did he control for the populations of men and women on?
So I guess I shouldn't say I'm competing with Destiny for daddy status. I'm competing with Destiny for mommy status.
Twitch. I don't have data on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at the bottom 75% earners on Twitch and you controlled for population of men versus women. It wouldn't surprise me if women were out-earning men here too.
Wait, is he playing Caitlyn? Cringe.
And let's say, even if we ignore Twitch, OnlyFans, Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, Patreon, Twitter, etc., where white women are favored in the 98% bracket, even if men have it easier reaching the top 1 to 2%. And let's say we shift gears to the offline real world. Hold on. God, this guy's hitting all my incel points. I love it.
Of course, Tristana needs to relax. He's like, I'm not here to play League. I'm here to just look at thick booties. Everything he does is cringe.
You can still see many of the same trends. In 2019, I used to be probably way more feminist than I'd like to admit. I probably would have gotten mad if anyone said you can be a woman and get an easy 50 to 100 viewers, but one major experience that opened my mind and probably begun the de-radicalization process was my final year in electrical engineering at university. I was taking the final class required to become an engineer, the most difficult class. It's extremely short. It only
There's a problem in Destiny. You can't watch them at 2 times. You have to watch it at like 1.5, 1.25.
lasts 30 days, but you're given an extremely difficult design problem statement, and the professor nor any of the university faculty are allowed to help you. You aren't allowed to talk to any other students, and the problem is so complex that there's really no way you can Google or get help from third-party sources. Faculty can usually detect if people work together secretly, so students are careful there as well. The class was about 80% men, 20% women. It was probably the most difficult year of my life. I even started taking medicine, and this particular university was even required to give a stress relief session every Thursday because a few years ago there was an incident where a student killed himself. So while I was pulling my hair out over this shit, I noticed something in class. Out of the 20% women in class, nearly all of the white women were able to easily just literally walk up to any guy in the entire class and just start talking about the problem out of the blue and get very positive reciprocation from the guy, and I could literally hear / see how easy it was to get a group going for them in working on the design problem.
True. That has been my experience.
2 minutes, so I don't think...
That has been my experience, even in a more female-dominant space, in that I can approach other men. But in general, I have never really struggled in any space as far as like managing. I think I'm just very extroverted and aggressive. I just I take life by the reins, okay?
Cue another game. Oh my god. How can any lefty deny this? How can any lefty deny that?
Oh no.
Okay. I really want to know. How can any lefty deny this? How can any lefty deny that this phenomenon just makes some of the most difficult challenges in life easier when you are attractive and a white woman? There was like 1 black woman in the class and 1 hijab-wearing Muslim girl, and maybe like 2 Indian girls, but I never saw the black woman or the Muslim girl ever talk to anyone. They just stayed in a corner the entire class. How could any lefty possibly deny that in this situation I put forth, regardless of whether you think it's all a lie or not, how could you not deny that, assuming my story isn't a lie, that white girls don't have a significantly easier time going through this than the black girl? Well, to me it's obvious that
Okay, but in fairness, lefties believe in systemic, like, and in like intersectionality and stuff. So like most lefties would also acknowledge that white women probably have an easier time in life than black or Latina or any other type of women. So in fairness, lefties do see that.
Any man or woman who reached this point in their career in this godforsaken major is probably highly intelligent, so both things can be true. 1, that white women in the class were probably highly intelligent and didn't really do anything morally wrong, in my opinion, but 2, yet they still had an easier time than the black woman who wasn't attractive. Most of them aren't, that's just how society is set up. This experience was what started to change my view on life, where I was suffering so much that I could see how easy it was for attractive people in general. Affirmative action for black women starts to make a lot more sense now too. If the white women and the 1 black girl in class both graduate with the same GPA, but that black woman just had to work harder because she got less help, kind of seems like for the same GPA, the black woman is probably just more qualified, so there is an affirmative action hired by a company. So there, an affirmative action hired by a company actually starts to make sense. Too bad, in reality, affirmative action didn't help black women much at all. It just ended up helping white women instead, LOL. Even though they already had so much help, LOL, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Shifting.
Interesting. I'm not sure about affirmative action in the States. Is it the case that affirmative action is mostly benefited? It's been targeted for just all women, not specifically like intersections of black women. I'm not really sure. In Canada, I've seen a lot of intersectional grants and all these sort of things that are for more of these intersections. So indigenous women or single mothers or like very unique subsets of populations. I don't know what your guys' affirmative action has always looked like. So I think the disconnect from most leftists from this incel email would be they think men across the board have a massive advantage outside of small situations. So this guy is an incel. I'm not there yet, but he is an incel.
gears to League of Legends, I can talk about even sadder stories. Every now and then I go to a subreddit called r/League Connect, where you can potentially find duo partners. A lot of white women come to this sub to get duos, and sometimes I click on people's Reddit accounts just to see what they're like. You can visit this subreddit right now if you want. You might even see the phenomenon right now where every single thread created by a white woman has like 6 to 8 plus comments of people wanting to play, and any thread created by a guy is just dead empty. But the sad story is actually one day I saw a post by a black girl who was probably seemingly on the average, or I'm sorry, who was probably seemingly on the verge of suicide because she talked about how every time she made a post on League Connect, she would get a bunch of guys who wanted to play with her, but in every game, every single time that they found out she was a black girl, they would either delete her or suddenly start not wanting to play as much. Or some guys would be upfront and just say that they aren't into black girls. Apparently this happened to her so much that she was just fully blackpilled. I don't blame her. Only 1 in 4 black women end up getting married. Black women are considered unattractive by nearly every man in society.
Is that true? I'm dubious of that. That doesn't seem right. So, college graduate women, 71% of blacks had ever married, compared to 88%. Okay, yeah, so that's just not true. Okay. I mean, I get that it's college age, so sure. We can maybe look for other stats. Black marriage. I hope that this is run by an actual, like pro-black or black staffers. Really? So it maybe is correct. So while 77% of black women who are college educated get married, only 27% of all black women ever get married? Well, I guess we've got to increase that because separated and divorced. So no, when you add these together of having ever been married, we've got, what, that's 27, 48. 48. So no, it's about 50% have been married before. Hold on, let me slow it down and make sure that I'm not misunderstanding what this person said. It sounds like they're...
Or suddenly start not wanting to play as much. Or some guys would be upfront and just say that they aren't into black girls. Apparently this happened to her so much that she was just fully blackpilled. I don't blame her. Only 1 in 4 black women end up getting married. Black women are considered unattractive by nearly every man in society. Retard liberals or lefties will cope and say,
incel is just a way to simply denote men who have opposing views to what society deems appropriate. I would say that that's true. Yes, incel definitely probably gets you, like, just like any slur, popular slur, it kind of gets you, especially like lefty slur, it kind of just gets used for anyone. But broadly, I would still say most people, when they're referring to incels, maybe I'm biased, when I'm referring to incels, I'm exclusively talking about individuals who are incels, right? They are involuntary celibate. They kind of demonstrably hate women. They think that sex is being basically withheld from them, and there's basically this kind of entitlement of I deserve sex, which is just cringy. Obviously they exist, but most don't fit the stereotype. I'm sure that they don't, but I also think that there are like enough there's like men going their own way and stuff like that that are just like, fuck women, I'm over this shit. So I think that I don't think that they're a large population, but yeah. Destiny has a girlfriend, though? Oh, you read my thing and you thought I was being serious. I'm joking in my title. Yeah, I don't think Destiny actually hates women, just to be clear. It's a joke. Sorry, guys. And he has a wife, true. Get your Destiny facts right, Sam.
Oh my god, no way, dudes. I totally think black girls are hot. None of them will ever date one. And the black girl that they do cite as having dated will usually just look indistinguishable from a white girl. Oh shit, there's a personal attack here, but I won't quote that one. Not about me, but somebody else. Or they will have to completely renovate their bodies to look as close to a white woman as possible with heavy makeup or skin products to lighten skin color or brutally straighten their hair. Yeah, maybe once they reach the color of Rihanna or something, they can have a breakthrough.
I mean, there's obviously light skin bias, so I'm not disagreeing with
that. But anything darker than that, good fucking luck. And the worst part isn't even the conservative, it's that the left that acts like this problem doesn't exist. Like Hassan's retarded subhuman community that will fakely manufacture soy posts anytime a black woman comes on screen when it's obvious none of them would ever date one, and none of them even acknowledge the problem exists. How can they fix a problem they don't acknowledge exists? This is a base schizo email. Oh my god. It gets even more base, guys. Hold on. We're not even at some of the most base statements, okay? This guy might be a future school shooter, but okay.
Damn!
Outside of my League anecdote, you can look at actual data on OnlyFans. Black girls are non-existent on OnlyFans or any other social media where you post pictures of yourself. Another story I can share, I don't remember where I read it, but there was an article written by a black only.
So is this writer just mad at particularly at white women specifically? It seems like that's the case.
OnlyFans girl who gave up on the website. She talked about how she tried everything, lower prices, put out content twice as fast, gave a lot of it for free on her page, tried to look as white as possible, turned her hair blonde. She had a whole list of stuff she tried but couldn't retain subs on her page. Looks like OnlyFans is only whites at this point. But don't say that to Hassan. He might link you a 1/8 black woman or a Cardi B or something. Would this level of disproportionate racial bias be accepted in any other facet of society? But I guess OnlyFans has the infamous white woman shield where if you critique the website, you're just an auto-sexist. Am I crazy? Why does nobody talk about the fact that all of the OnlyFans is white?
I gotta be careful what I'm laughing to, because people, especially people who are brand new, you don't know who I am. So, you know.
Girls.
The OnlyFans stats is true. Interesting. In Italy, I kept meeting guys, black women who travel for love. I mean, I'm gonna be clear. There is unquestionably a bias against black women in dating spheres. Unquestionably. And there's absolutely a light skin bias. And what he's talking about of like people being like, of course I love black women, and then they like cite exclusively like very light skinned black women. Unquestionably, there's absolutely a beauty standard that idealizes white women. That's just the case. Unquestionably, yeah. I'm not arguing at that. If you see me laughing, I'm laughing at just like the language, very extreme. This writer has a lot of feelings.
All of Twitch sexual content is white girls. Asian girls are white girls. Anyone who disagrees, cope harder. They both have white skin and look identical outside of eyes. Asian equals white for women. Both are considered the pinnacle of attractiveness in Western and Eastern first world societies. There's a reason why even open Nazis are cool with Asian girlfriends. Don't get me started with the half Asians either. Literally all of them are white. That's why Japanese anime will have tons of white girls with white names, despite the fact that white people don't exist in Japan, and not a single anime will have a black girl. Or how about this?
Have you guys seen the interesting, there's an interesting poll that went around that basically went to Japan and asked whether they felt anime characters were Japanese, Korean, etc., etc. And basically whatever country they were in, most people just projected their own race onto anime characters. Unless it's like really, 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 really obvious what the race is intended of the anime character. It seems to be somewhat racially ambiguous, except it's pretty obviously not black people, unless it's an obviously black character, like they really ham it up. Yeah, so it's sort of true about the anime characters, but also there's like, I shouldn't say like data, it's probably like somewhat, it's polls with like probably varying levels of empirical quality that basically show that most people kind of project their own race onto most of the characters. A hypothesis: the left sees sexualization as exploitation, and therefore we cannot acknowledge a disparity between white and black women when such disparity results from women being more easily sexualized. Okay, wait. I'm trying to understand this. If you look for something constantly, you'll eventually find it. Yeah, that's true too. I don't think this got like we're not in deep yet. So hypothesis: the left sees sexualization as exploitation. Therefore, it cannot acknowledge a disparity between white and black women. So white women being more easily. Okay, Bootcrest, you're too big brained for me. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Your brain's going 10,000 miles an hour and mine's going snail. So I'm not.
Is there a single black woman titty streamer on Twitch? A single one? Can you show me a single one who sits on a couch with her thighs up or something? One that actually looks black and not like redacted somebody else. I'm not going to read that one. Does nobody ever ask themselves this question? Why is there not a single ultra-sexual black girl streaming on Twitch? Titty streamer Indian girl? Dark-skinned woman? Don't even bother with career choices like this because they know it will be a complete fail. Their life experiences have led them to know it the hard way. And if you bring up something like this in public discourse, I guarantee you, black women in your audience or other dark minority women will be quietly nodding along in agreement and relief that someone is finally talking about this, while on the flip side, every white woman on Twitter will rush to point their finger at you, calling you destiny sexist. In fact, this could be me quietly nodding along in agreement and relief that someone is finally talking about this, while on the flip side, Every white woman on Twitter will rush to point their finger at you, calling you Destiny sexist. In fact, this could be me being completely a conspiracy theorist, but I would bet my life that every single woman on that 2X chromosome subreddit and female dating strategy subreddit is white. No way in hell does a black or Muslim or an actual Hispanic or indigenous woman have the privilege nor entitlement to be able to behave like that and get away with it when they are already in need for life partners. No way in hell could redacted girl that I've dealt with behave like that and get away with it if she was a fucking Indian or something. But because she's white, she can do whatever she wants because she knows she can probably get a life partner. Doesn't matter how crazy she is either. She's really hot and white, so tomorrow she could go get a life partner if she wanted.
I mean, I think implying that like because they know they can still get a life partner is probably not true, right? A lot of these things that we're talking about, like systemic privilege and systemic like biases and racists, there isn't like this knowledge of like, I can act like this because it doesn't matter. Later I can get married, right? It's more so the case that they act like this and they don't experience the level of social vitriol and shame that other groups do. That's more what the privilege comes out of, just to be clear. At least that is my position.
But it's probably more beneficial to dangle a couple guys on strings than to commit to one partner just yet. So while a black girl struggles to get even one life partner, someone like Redacted can dangle like 3 or 4 of her mods on strings for as long as she wants and ban them all and get 3 or 4 new ones. And I understand she has legitimately personality issues. Can you imagine if a black girl had those personality issues? The Western world is increasingly being tailor-made for white women, whether it's the universal results of affirmative action programs all going to them.
He should be saying it, white women.
Or whether it's this new era of social media-centric lifestyles, also it's all going for them as well. And again, if you point it out, the dark-skinned women in your audience will quietly agree, and the white women will point their finger, Destiny sexist, so it seems black women are being left behind, not only in the real world due to affirmative action primarily benefiting white women, but also in the online world where they are treated like worthless trash on an increasingly social media-driven world where Twitter/Instagram/OnlyFans/Snap.
Wait until it's redacted that. It's not so erudite. How did you know? Shit, it is me. When white women make more money than black women on OnlyFans, it is because white women are more easily sexualized than black women. More easily sexualized, you could also construe that though as they are the beauty standard. Which is why they're more sexualized as well. However, that view is based on the premise that being sexualized can be a good thing sometimes, which contradicts the idea that being sexualized is, this is a huge issue within this whole conversation around sexuality with women, which is that women both want to be empowered, to be sexy, and take command of it. But also, if you sexualize them, you're a fucking bastard and you're a bad person. Because it's like, we want to be sexualized only when we say it is, and it's in these extreme, like it's in only these very, very specific areas, and it's no other time. And there's conversation to be had, unquestionably, about the fact that like, I just lost my train of thought. I got distracted by the Chud Logic OnlyFans clip. Sorry. You can't have the cake and eat it too. There's unquestionably like a frustration for women when like I remember being catcalled when I'm like literally in a giant parka and ugly boots and a hood up, and I'm just like, why are you I don't get offended. I actually view catcalls as like fundamentally like it's a little annoying, but people like saying that you're attractive is still like a compliment actually. When it's a catcall when I'm in a parka, it's not really a compliment. You're basically just complimenting the fact that you are presuming, I'm guessing, that I'm a woman. And that's about it, which is like not really a compliment. It's just a little like, we get it, you like women. Great. Relax. But white women manipulate that double-edged sword and come out with the victory in every situation. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Honestly, the only area where like white women get into like really difficult situations is I think like when particular like race relations and like systemic racism and those kind of topics come up in conversation. White women don't have a lot of wiggle room. And it seems like a lot of them handle it really, really poorly, or they just kind of like ally and they don't feel like they can say anything on it. Freya, you asked to come in, you gotta stay now. Come in, go lay in your bed. I'll give you a mint if you lay in your bed. Studies show that people are attracted to what they see a lot as they grow up. Yes, Twitch coomers are primarily made up of white men who are attracted to white women, primarily because that's what they saw a lot as they grew up. Yeah, interesting. I don't know about the study, but I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Whoa, thank you, Adayon. Hello, everyone. I already know how to optimize my stream titles. I know. Everyone coming in is being like, "What do you mean? He's not actually. He's got a wife. He doesn't hate women." First of all, that's the same argument as saying, "I can't be racist. I have a black friend," which you can't be explicitly aggressively racist and have a black friend, right? Because that would be inherently oppositional to your viewpoint. But you can have implicit bias and have a wife or anything like that. So that's not really Defense of Destiny. He could still hate women and have a wife. What if you're into snow bunnies and women in parkas are attracted to you? Again, I didn't say it was bad. I already said it's more or less a compliment. It just doesn't, when you get compliments that feel like dishonest compliments, that's kind of what it feels like. All right.
Snapchat / Patreon, etc., are all favoring white
Guys, I'm figuring out this clickbait shit.
women to a disproportionate degree that is probably unfathomable to consider anywhere else, to even the gaming world where nobody wants to play with them or give a fuck about black women because they aren't seen as viable, attractive dating partners to men, where they all suffer from the all gamer sexism of being a woman gamer but reap none of the benefits of being a white woman gamer. Is this all men's fault too? Probably, but I think society has got that part covered about telling men to be better and less racist. The part we haven't gotten a single damn inch covered is telling white women to be better and less racist. Ask yourself this: how many of these white OnlyFans girls ever thought about promoting a black woman creator? It's a good question. To answer that, just ask yourself how many lefties cared about Hassan buying a $3 million house. It's extremely frustrating when I see how engineers or even some doctors are starting to get out-teamed by white women on Twitch doing absolutely nothing with absolutely no talent, and the main responses are usually "you're sexist" or "you're jealous." The second one is actually correct. I destroyed my life for 6 years to get an extremely difficult degree, and now I will be out-earned by Melina putting her thighs up on stream while calling everything sexist on Twitter and acting like she's oblivious to the fact that the only reason she is where she is because of two variables I mentioned earlier. One, being at the right time at the right place with the right connections, in this case you, and two, being an attractive white woman doing sexual things. That's it. But I have to listen infinitely to the cope of how she invented some new angle to put her thighs in that nobody else ever did before. A true spectacle of engineering there. So yes, I am jealous. Why wouldn't I be? I wish I was born that nobody else ever did before. But I have to listen infinitely to the cope of how she invented some new angle to put her thighs in that nobody else ever did before. A true spectacle.
What? Is he meaning literally a new camera angle, or is he meaning because of her relationship? Destiny. That's terrible.
Of engineering there. So yes, I am jealous. Why wouldn't I be? I wish I was born as a white woman. My life would have been happier and easier. I know every black woman agrees with me and shares the same idea. I know every Indian woman has to pursue stuff like a doctor or engineer or lawyer to reach that level of income, and they don't have the privilege to just post pictures of themselves online or to write off connections on their list of boyfriends, then call everyone sexist on Twitter. I watched Twitch.tv all throughout my university years, but after suffering through this degree, I don't see streamers the same way anymore. I see them all as subhuman trash, highly entitled, low skill, low talent, low intelligence, low mental maturity, extremely high ego, Hassan Piger, only care about themselves, view themselves as gods of success, never had to do anything difficult in their entire lives, would kill themselves in 1 week if their life depended on getting an engineering degree or a doctorate or medical school, and had no backup plan. When they talk about how difficult being...
Okay, now we're getting, I see the music timing with the red, where everything I was like, okay, yeah, I agree. There's absolutely some issues with this and that and the other thing. And absolutely there's white women privilege, and absolutely there is light skin. The song is from Destiny's video. I have no idea what the song is. Sorry. It is a good song, actually. It's very, let's see if it's in here. Song. Here you go. There's the song. Got it. It just ramps up. Yeah, it went from being like, yeah, everything fair enough, worded in a way I wouldn't. Then it got into like Melina, and I was like, I don't know, I don't watch enough of her stuff to say. I really like Melina, so to be honest, like I'm probably biased and just being like, yeah, but she's cute, but like maybe that's the problem, you know. And now we're going into like
having to organize 6 panel guests on a show when they think they deserve $750K a year because they organize 6 panel guests while championing socialism and talking about how unfair life is and how they will be the ones to fix it. Not even referring to open socialists, even normies like Ludwig will champion this type of stuff, while completely denying that their looks had anything to do with their success, when they unintentionally and eventually reveal how sociopathic some of them are. Casey, Ludwig, Asman, Hassan, list of names is unnecessary, just all of them. How they will betray or throw anyone under the bus for the clout numbers. When I see clips of Yasuo/Mo telling the delivery guy, I make too much money to be dealing with you right now, or the famous Soda Pop and Nimp lol clip where they were flexing their money on some random normies IRL, or Hassan Piker who, if he gets his ego hurt too much, will go on huge ego rants about how the guy in chat is a nobody, or Casey Chun will just call some incel in her chat jealous that she makes more money, all while all of these people virtue signal about how Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk doesn't deserve his money or something. Elon Musk has an engineering degree. I automatically respect any person who got an engineering degree 100 times more than the worthless subhuman waste of oxygen that operate on Twitch. When they say Elon should be taxed more because they claim he does nothing and he gets a fuck ton of money for it, how unfathomably ironic. By this logic, every rat that calls Twitch a job should be taxed at 99%. The greed of the Twitch streamer probably far surpasses Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or anyone else. The Twitch streamer is the true hoarder of endless wealth. What are Hassan, Ludwood, Asman, Austin, Cutie, and everyone else doing with all that money? Do they have kids or anyone to support? They must have an insane amount of wealth combined together. They all preach so much about improving society, telling others or politicians what they should change to improve society. What have any of these people done to improve society?
I don't know. Have any of them done anything? I'm not sure.
The best thing one can do for society right now is to email their state reps or senators and get them informed on what Twitch.tv is ASAP. It's a young and new industry, but the sooner we get the boomers informed on it, the sooner we can crush this infested rat fuck entitlement nest with taxes. 80% tax rate for every streamer making above 1 million, and the money goes directly to the homeless in their area. That way streamers can actually practice what they preach when they wealth transfer millions from their young viewers to themselves. I take that back.
Look at fucking August's editing. Just 10 out of fucking 10 right now. I definitely need to talk to Hassan. I don't think Hassan would ever talk to me. First of all, I'm no one. Second of all, he doesn't really talk to people anymore unless he's like pretty sure he can beat them in a debate. And then he talked to that Christian guy, and the Christian guy still somehow beat him in a debate, which was kind of weird. So I doubt. He only talks to Asian girls and sex workers. Sorry. Well, yeah, I am neither of those things, so I'm not so erudite. Sound like a parasite. The song is this. I'll post it in again. You're a white girl. You got a 50-50 chance, up to 99% if you're a porn star. Well, we've had our goals, guys. I'm going to have to start a porn star career so that I can, with the sole goal of getting Hassan to talk to me, and then I'm just going to go in. Just kidding. Even then, I probably still won't get on. Let's be honest. He 2v1'd and 21 conservative TikTok. Yeah. Making OnlyFans, yeah. That's the way to get in the back door, right? What if I just hire a hacker to force him to let me on his stream? Is there any way that you could like somehow backdoor hack and jump into somebody's like stream against their will? Just kidding. I'm all for consent, guys.
80% tax rate would mean Hassan still makes more than an engineer 3 or 4-fold, maybe 95% tax rate. Can't wait for Hassan Piker to find a reason to oppose this policy, though. Whew, writing schizo email sure is fun. I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about earlier. Something about white women and sexism, blah, blah, blah. The final point of irony, I will say, is the real white supremacy is honestly OnlyFans and all other social media where white women post pictures of themselves on Twitch too. How ironic that people like Demon Mama and Hassan, who screech about white supremacist power structures, will actually also be the first people to come on and defend the biggest white supremacist power structure of them all by calling everyone else sexist or even pointing out its existence. I can't believe in 2018 I was going around calling Trainwrecks.tv or Trainwrecks TV a sexist. That man is a hero, and I owe him an apology from the bottom of my heart. He was spot on with almost everything from an intuitive sense. He just worded it all horribly and didn't isolate the variable of attractive white women and just said shit about all women instead. Right now, you're probably the only person who's able to talk about this shit without being a red pill conservative content creator. Hope you stay strong, King, in the wake of every lefty calling you sex on Twitter. I didn't realize, you know what, after reading this email, I didn't realize how much I just fucking hated white women. I think this guy is actually true. I think I hate white women now. All of us. This guy's right about me. This is what I'm doing all the time. I've only got an OnlyFans. I'm climbing the hierarchy. And if you dare say that I'm benefiting from this because I am white and attractive, it's not like I don't talk about halo effect or systemic privilege. No, I don't talk about being singer. How fucking dare you? You're just a sexist piece of shit. And we don't like you anymore. You can go away. And you don't get access to my OnlyFans titty streams anymore. No. That's why I'm wearing this high-necked white shirt.
There's only one type of
because
eel.
I'm
okay.
white. I'm such a white woman. I'm such a white Canadian woman that you can't touch me. I'm invulnerable. I'm inheriting the earth, and I'm gonna fucking steamroll over the rest of you. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? Typic. Very naughty. Sorry guys. Call me more names, mommy. Yeah. Don't want to get stuff on you too. Oh, sorry. I should have thanked you. Nitin, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. I'm glad I've convinced you over to the dark side of white woman Twitch, where you will see very little titties and a lot of opinions. And how dare a white woman go lay down on your bed? You know what's even funnier? I have a German Shepherd. Yeah, white. And guess what color her fucking eyes are? Blue. My dog is a German Shepherd with blue eyes. Is that not just the whitest shit? Please step on me gently. I know. Am I giving Dommy Mommy vibes yet? Because that's what we're going for here, guys.
I think this email is largely true. Hold on. This was a 3,644 word character, 20,112 characters. Or word email, sorry.
So here's the thing. I think this email is obviously terribly reductive, right? Not all white women are doing this. The problem is that most white women most normies don't know about Twitch, right? Most white people don't give a fuck about Twitch. Every race don't give a fuck about Twitch. There are very, very, very... Twitch is highly selective for certain personalities, okay? Not so dommy mommy. That's gonna be my OnlyFans account, okay? And all I do is I stand there in a really high-necked shirt, swishing a glass of some disgusting wine I'll never drink, and I'd call you names, and I tell you to. I just read you Jordan Peterson's book. That's all I do. That's my entire OnlyFans. I just swirl wine and I read you Jordan Peterson's book. I just tell you, clean your room. What are you doing? Go clean your room, right? You should take to Bad Bunny. Talk to. I don't think she will, because me and Destiny are a budding friendship. I'm sure of it. Right? New finish discovered. Sorry guys. Okay, let's finish this.
I do feel bad for Mel because technically the Coomer stuff she does is like beach stuff, but compared to the other stuff on Twitch, it's not even close. No. ASMR section.
Melina is fucking wholesome compared to some titty streamers. Like, damn, there's nothing more appalling to me than when I'm going through my phone on TikTok and then some random live pops up and it's just like a random white chick licking her microphone and you're just like, what? Why? And ew, and how did you get on my phone? I did not consent to this, you know? To be honest, like, Melina is like wholesome AF. She's just a cutie with a booty. And there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is that absolutely there are definitely like a lot of people who like to funny you should say that. I gotta listen to Chud's take after this? Okay, sounds good. I'm just gonna rake in all of their React content, guys. Debate Vosh on Jordan Peterson? I have a big plan for if I ever get to debate Vosh, all right? I have many plans. Okay, if you like ASMR, it's fine, okay? But I don't. And there's ASMR that's like rain sounds. Okay, Destiny came on actually recently and fucking clarified my understanding of the growth of the ASMR fucking industry. And just to be clear, I guess originally ASMR was actually, look, I just grew my face because I'm more important, okay? I'm gonna summon it again, but here's the thing. I like, apparently old school ASMR is the shit I listen to all the time, which is like rain sounds and fire noises. Sometimes if I'm just stressed out, I'll go for a walk and literally just play. I have this it's called like nature sounds, I forget the app's name, on my phone, where you can like blend a whole bunch of noises. So I just pick a bunch of noises that remind me of like camping and stuff, and I listen to it. I'm fine with that shit. The problem is that I don't personally like titty streamer ASMR, and if that's your thing, ASMR, if that's your thing, it's fine. You can do what you want. I don't care. I have no problem. I think it's a free economy. If you want to give your money towards thick thighs and licked mics, do it. I know, how white of me to be pro free market. Disgusting. Yeah, it does. It does seem like that, Fupa. You need to go outside and talk to people. I do talk to people, okay? Sometimes. Just because my plant's name is Henry and most of my conversations are with it doesn't mean that I'm not informed on the world. But what I'm saying, anyways, this email, the problem with this schizo email is he's not wrong about a lot of his analysis. It's just his descriptor of and prescriptor of what is going on is a little bit off here, right? Because the reality is that the type of people that get really big on Instagram that are like particularly Twitch, okay? Because his biggest issue was Twitch. I gotta make a Henry emote. I will make it a Henry emote. The biggest issue with Twitch titty streamers is there is a unique type of female or woman who is willing to come on here and stream. It is not the average Joe, all right? And it seems to select for a very unique set of people. Twitch is dominantly aggressively left, right? Any right-wing streamer team seems to broadly get a lot less viewers than left. It's very left. It appeals to younger people. So unsurprisingly, titty streamers do well. Unsurprisingly, there's a lot of clout-chasing titty streamers who say that they care about a lot of values that they obviously don't fucking care about. But here's the thing. Is it bad that the titty streamers are doing it, or is it bad that people are buying into it? That's really the question that I have. And look, am I going to talk to Anna ever? She was saying, no, I'm talking you up when she sees who's only having a bachelor's and she's working on a master's. That's fair. I try not to bring Anna into my streams too much. I think there is too much shit talking on Anna already. I'd rather let it live where it has lived. I don't need to get into it mostly. But Vosh, oh yeah. I'm gonna study vocabulary hard, okay? I'm gonna read what's her name? The Twilight chick. Stephanie Myers. I'm gonna read every Stephanie Myers book where she just Control F and then Control T and just search for new words for the same like boring word. Oh yeah, expand that diction. I'm gonna have the biggest of words, the best of words. I'm gonna have the biggest, best words. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make Twitch great again, guys.
Is insane, dude.
Clip it and ship it.
Holy shit.
I mean, yeah.
Like, hello. Why is she scratching her nipples? Okay, and then we get very comforting.
Well, these make me so uncomfortable. I really hate noises like this. I really hate mouth noises. Oh gosh, it's so terrible. Oh. Okay, again, if this is your thing, it's fine. This shit reminds me of, my grandma growing up, she was blind in both eyes. And she also just ate really loudly and strangely, where she would always like use her fingers to push food on her fork. And then she would like eat off the fork really loudly, like with those noises. And then she'd like lick her whole finger off and then like do it again, even though we like always gave her a butter fork to like minimize that need. And these sounds remind me precisely of Christmas dinners with grandma, with Mima, okay? And I can't do it. Misophonia indeed. Fuck. Can't do it. So again, if ASMR is your thing, that's fine. You're allowed to like ASMR. But whole fuck. And also, I don't think most of these people do like too much political stuff, but if they do, again, they're allowed to. You can lick mics and have excellent political takes. It just doesn't often seem to correlate with one another. This grandma stuff is only making me more curious about it. You know, Wick, that's a choice. ASMR when? The only ASMR you get is like, if I haven't next time I fiddle with my mic settings, I'm sure I'm gonna fuck it up and then you're gonna hear me like heavily breathing into my mic or something. And talk to females content. True.
What do we got going on here?
Oh gosh.
Is that, can you see the, oh no, that's like an under thing.
Okay. Please stop.
A woman said to me, obviously not of the same persuasion as I was politically, called me and said, "There's a dead dog on my lawn." And I said, "Yes, ma'am." I said, "Have you called the county?" He said, "Yes, they're not here." And I said, well, I'll get him in the morning. She said, I want it removed now. I'd pay your salary. So I went over. I picked it up. She said, I want it out of my front yard. I put it on her doorstep.
Okay, you guys, let's see the Chud Logic version of it. Apparently, it's extremely funny. I know the ASMR thing. I can't do it, guys. Slurp, slurp, indeed. Actually delivered. Do you think Biden still polls? He reminds me of a last. I don't think Biden ever polled. I'm genuinely shocked that he was the nominee. To be honest, like I was shocked when it happened. I was shocked and I wasn't shocked, okay? Because he's like classic. He's just classic what politics is. But I don't really think he's ever really polled. Oh, do you mean with like women? Can I link a clip of Chud's take? Please do. It will save me so much time. Holy shit. This email, like I said, the problem is that this schizo poster actually outlined a lot of actual serious issues, okay? There's not a lot to disagree with other than the fact that, first of all, most of the people on Twitch are not going to be normal people, right? There's a lot of white women out there who have no fucking clue that Twitch exists, and they certainly don't hold these positions. I wouldn't say that leftists are like dominantly. Apparently I only copied the last half. I don't know how that happened. Let's go like this. Oh, it's like this. Okay, there we go.
Okay, you get these fucking women, right? Do you know what they do? They upload like a picture of themselves in a bikini every other week onto OnlyFans, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm a sex worker." Sex worker? Where's the fucking work and where's the sex, bitch? You're just putting a picture up of your fucking bikini. Where's the work? Where's the sex? What do you mean? You're a sex worker. You're putting yourself in the same fucking boat as some hooker that's getting abused by some fella, going and sucking off guys down the dock for a $5 a pop, you know, getting abused, getting her, you know, all the other shit.
Okay, but the issue isn't that this chick is incorrect in identifying herself as a sex worker. She is a sex worker. The issue is that there's no nuance in the label sex worker. And sex worker shouldn't probably be including fucking victims of rape who are trafficked and then pimped out, right? Those shouldn't be included as sex workers. Those are just victims of trafficking. We call them sex trafficking victims, right? And I agree that there are like this lack of nuance, but it's not quite true. Here's the thing. I love Chud, but like, man, he goes the extra mile with a lot of his takes.
And you're there fucking, oh, I'm going to put another picture of myself in a bikini up. That's $5. Thank you. I'm a sex worker. What do you mean? You're not a fucking sex worker. You're not a sex worker.
Yeah,
okay? You're a glorified fucking Instagram influencer, you bitch.
No, they kind of are. Why are these videos? Yeah, this is a terrible take. The reason why these photos are selling is because it's not because people are like, man, this is such a nice photo. What a great beach scene. People are buying these photos or viewing these photos because they're sexually attracted to it, right? That is what they're doing. And yeah, maybe it's bad. I don't have an issue with it. Here's the thing, you can titty stream all you want. The reality is people are fucking paying for it. You don't like it, don't pay for it. Simple as that. But the reality is like the demand is out there. Would it be great if culturally we could change this so that like it's not just fucking white women and like light skin? Sure, we can have that conversation. But these, I don't know, Chud. These seem like Chud being extra intense for the purpose of being for views, potentially. I don't know.
I hate that shit. It's so annoying. Okay, you get these...
Here's the thing. Like, why is it so annoying? Like, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, if you want to get your money, get your money. And is it annoying, Chud, that you can't titty stream? Maybe, but nobody's in your face. Maybe you could titty stream, for all we know. You could try. It would be worth it. Yeah, Chud is definitely an extra side of Hella Spice. I like Chud. I think Chud's funny. We've DM'd a bit, and we got good bants. I think we would have good conversations, because I think we have good banter, but I sometimes think that he takes really extreme positions, probably for the sake of views to some extent. But, yeah. What are sex workers? That's a really good question. what art carefully doesn't groom you? I'd like to think that I'm old enough and sexually mature enough at this point that Chud logic is not going to be able to successfully groom me for any purposes. Very cringe thing. He's obviously better who would be angry at definitions of like, yeah, it's just like, I just don't care. Like, I don't find titty streamers annoying. I don't find girls that do this. Like, it's just different things, right? Like, if the demand wasn't there, does Chud also find it similarly annoying when Ford sticks sexy girls on cars to sell them? Or like, does Chud find all forms of sexuality a woman for profit annoying? Because if he does, fair enough, okay? You're consistent, right? But the reality is porn has a huge draw. Sexuality has a huge draw. The difference is that these women, honestly, are making their own money off of it rather than at a company. I'm kind of for that. Do they spend it on good spaces? I don't give a fuck, right? They probably spend it within their local economy for the most part, which is broadly seems to be good for local economy, right? They're probably like using it to buy vacations and buy margaritas at their local like super edgy hipster cool metro bar and whatever. It's fine. It's just, again, providing economy. Hopefully they tip well if they're rich, you know? Tip well, guys. If you get rich, tip well, okay? The moment I have money, I try to do like a minimum 25% unless the fucking server is trash, and then I still try to give them 15% because then they have to pay in if you don't tip them enough, which is fucking stupid. Restaurant industries just pay your servers minimum wage so that they don't have to pay in. But I don't know. I like Chud. Yes, he says some shit sometimes, but I overthink I used it. Yeah, I think broadly he's a net positive. I think that maybe, I don't know if he's a net positive. I haven't watched enough of his stuff. Sometimes he's fair. He's a little bit seems more like grounded in reality than other people. He does a fair bit of like decent debate against then fresh racism drama. Oh no. Yeah. Why don't we tax strippers? Do we not require strippers to claim their income? I believe that we do tax them. Why wouldn't we? I guess if it's like hard cash and they don't claim it, but that's not because we're not taxing them. That's because they're doing tax evasion. That's different. Like, we tax everyone. Okay, but them not reporting it doesn't mean that we don't tax strippers. It means that strippers engage in tax evasion, which, to be honest, so do fucking servers. Most people who get paid in cash do some level of like minor tax evasion. It happens all the time, especially with people who don't make a lot of money, right? And I'm not condoning this. I'm just saying like that shit happens. It doesn't mean that like strippers aren't taxed. Just to make that clear. Do I want to see his full reaction? I don't know. I'm not really here to like shit on Chud or Destiny. Damn, that was so funny. So intense. So do plumbers, yeah, exactly. All right. Speaking of Chud, do you guys want to go chat with him? I can toss you over to him. Okay, in the UK. So if you're wondering who I am, if you jumped in because you wanted to defend Daddy Destiny against a mean white woman who is going to tell you that he hates women, I don't think that. I do think it's a funny name for my VOD though as well, and I hope he sees it because that'll be funny. I think that basically there's a lot of like validity to a lot of the critiques that are being levied against women as far as like accountability. I think that there is definitely merit there. I don't always agree with the way Destiny portrays it on Twitter, but I also understand Twitter is a beast of its own. It's not one that I personally always value, but it seems to be, if you want to be decently good at advocacy, you have to figure out the Twitter game. It just seems like the Twitter game is be as hyperbolic and extreme as possible. So yeah. Someone actually believe the title? A few, because a couple people like don't know me, and they probably just saw white woman talking about Destiny on Twitch. It is fair enough heuristically to presume what my positions might be. You're wrong, I guess. Any new thoughts on Dr. K? Not really. I've been trying to stay out of the Dr. K beef. There's a lot of comments about his pseudoscience. I think that most of the critiques about his pseudoscience have been pretty bad, because they've just been like, Ayurveda's pseudoscience. And I'm like, Ayurveda is an entire practice of medicine, just like Eastern medicine, which encompasses many things, including things like fucking yoga. Okay, so some parts of Ayurveda are unquestionably pseudoscience. Duh. There's evidence on that. We just have to do the research. We shouldn't just throw out an entire field of medicine because it's basically not an English word, which sometimes is what it feels it comes down to a little bit with like the pseudosciences. We're like, well, a dosha? Well, that's not a white word. Must be pseudoscience. And it's like, or it could be a million things. They apparently haven't watched your reaction to Destiny's Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Where I like laughed. I can send you his psychotic LOL tweets since they are deleted now and laugh at them. You should send me them, and then I can laugh at him for it. A little clickbait is allowable. I guess it may take some time for your perspective audience to feel down at your tone. I think everyone on Twitch is feeling me out. I've only been here for 3 weeks, so who the fuck am I? I don't know. A white enough woman that her white shirt and her skin are barely discernible. You can't tell the difference between. I'm very good. It's snowy outside right now. Excellent camouflage. I just go buck naked and bury myself in a snow hill. No one will ever find me. I'm the greatest assassin Canada's ever known. All right. I just go butt naked in a snowbank and then I jump out and attack people. All right. There you guys go. Yeah. So you guys got a little bit of Dommy Mommy. You got a little bit of picturing my white ass buried in a snowbank and then killing your face. Yeah. Careful, you get reported for not wearing clothes. Oh, I don't do this on Twitch. This is my side hustle. Oh yeah, my assassin skills side hustle. I'm gonna become purple real soon. What does purple mean? Oh, like dead? Like frostbitten? True. Hot yoga sessions should be illegal. I almost died trying it. True. Yeah. So when it comes to Dr. K, I don't have much movement. I basically think there are obviously some ethical violations that went on. It's not obvious to me that he is basically trying to do quasi-therapy to drive movement towards his healthy gamer thing. It seems to be the case that healthy gamer is meeting needs that are not being met elsewhere at a reasonable price, and seems to be broadly benefiting people. There seems to be a lot of really incredible like kind of technology and background stuff that Healthy Gamer's doing. I'm broadly for the company itself. I don't think the giant like witch hunt that's being driven behind it is good. It also a little research shows BS Ayurveda orgies that charge for certifications. I don't know, seems really sketch. Okay, but again, Ayurveda is just a really broad thing. I'm not saying all of Ayurveda is good. I'm saying just show me the data. We just have to study it. We just shouldn't dismiss it out of hand because it's Indian or because it's like words that we don't know, or it's using like a mindset towards something that is very atypical in Western medicine, right? Because Western medicine has a very specific type of mindset around medicine. And just because a different culture has a different view on medicine that we're not really comfortable with and we don't really understand doesn't mean it's hogwash. What we do is we just rigorously test it and see, okay? So some of the shit that they send over, like jujuberry juice and like random shit like that, it turns out some of them are really high in lead, okay? That's not good. I'm not for that, right? If it's homeopathic stuff, which I don't think they do homeopathy. I think homeopathy is a preciously Western thing. But if there's any like medicines that are kind of that vibe and we test them and it turns out, yeah, they're not effective at all, we should not use them and we can call them pseudoscience at that time. Like the thing is claims need evidence to support them. If there's evidence for some Ayurvedic practice and not others, that's a concern. And it's not obvious to me that Dr. K has been peddling exclusively pure pseudoscience. I haven't gone through all of it. It is possible that he engages in pseudoscience sometime. But to be honest, lots of professionals do, right? Because there are things that we think anecdotally seem to broadly help that isn't necessarily as proved, but it seems to have had good effects with their clients. That happens in all sorts of occupations. The thing is when you're trying to like do really bad things with it, when you're trying to make a bunch of money, if you're being a psychiatrist who's like, yes, I could give you antidepressants, or you could drink like jujuberry juice, and also you can buy this juice from me, that's unethical. I'm not very for that. If that's what he's doing, I'm not for that. I haven't seen evidence that that's what he's doing, but if I find evidence that that's what he's doing, I would view it not well, okay? So it's just like, just give me the evidence and I'll move. But yes, he's done some unethical stuff, but nothing's been so unethical that he would have his license stripped. There's no evidence to me of that. The ethics that he's breached are completely reliant on the ethics board agreeing that what he's doing is therapy, which arguably it still could be determined that he's not doing therapy on stream, even though it looks like fucking therapy because he has the disclaimer that it's not therapy. And that might be what the board decides is sufficient. I don't know. We have to wait for the board with that one. Jujuberry tastes good. It does taste good, actually. But yeah, there's lots of practices with Ayurveda. And I don't like Chud's take on kind of dismissing all of Ayurveda because some practices within it are bad, because yoga and meditation are Ayurvedic practices that are extremely well substantiated. We should use those, and we do. If there are other Ayurvedic things, like doshas seem to be like something that's broadly, I've found a couple papers that have like some genetic associations with doshas. They mostly seem to be personality archetypes, but it's basically like kind of this idea of not just, if somebody is depressed, we give them kind of these basic treatments to everyone. The idea of doshas is like breaking clients up into like 3 major types. And so the way you treat depression for the client depends on what type of person they are. Now, I don't really necessarily agree with doshas in and of themselves. I haven't seen enough evidence for them, but the idea of having more individualized, tailored treatment for people, particularly in the field of mental health, which has absolutely been insufficient broadly for a lot of people, particularly in the case of depression and anxiety, I'm very for that. It's pretty obvious that the medical mental health field is not sufficient. Dr. K's wife said in the Discord that they are approved by IRB, and they're definitely doing research. I know that they're doing research as well, which is great. And if they have an ethics board that's approved them, that's also even better. Dosha-based Ayurveda, I haven't heard him say yoga and meditation are bad. But the problem is that he said all of Ayurveda is bad, and Ayurveda includes that. And I don't like dismissing an entire culture's field of fucking medicine because a couple of things of it are bad. Because there has been Western medicine practices that were dog shit, like phrenology, right? Dog shit, okay? That's my issue. And what Chud does is a little bit anti-scientific to dismiss all of Ayurveda in that way. Yucky. Don't do that. Thanks, guys. Nuance. Who said all of Ayurveda is bad? The Indian Medical Board and Chud, from my understanding, and probably more people. But then, wait, sorry. But then why have something not proven published in a medical field by someone that's licensed? That is a bad look. Maybe. The problem is that, is he talking about, so here's the thing, I need to just do more research on Dr. K. I watched Chud's like manifesto on it. I was a little bit like weirded out. So the biggest thing that I would say that was like kind of pseudoscience and probably like wasn't the wisest thing to engage in. But when you have like over 4,000 hours of it, streaming, you're going to say things as a medical practitioner that probably you should have been a little bit more empirically careful about saying. But if you only have like 1 or 2, and it's like, should we throw the book at the man for like 1 or 2 instances? We need to throw the book at the man if it's like always, all the time, he's engaging in pseudoscience and he's telling people to drink juju berry juice to fix their depression and he's refusing to give them antidepressants and all these things. That would be pseudoscience. That would be bad. Have I seen Mr. Girl's video on Dr. K? I have. Lobotomies were pretty bad and they were Western. Exactly. All we have to do is we just have to go through Ayurvedic techniques that are good and bad. And for Dr. K, we have to look at the Ayurvedic techniques that he recommends. First of all, does he prescribe them or does he use them in a narrative way? Because most of my exposures to his dosha language have been broadly somewhat narrative, right? He's using a different way to describe archetypes, which we do in psychology all the fucking time. Okay. If he's instead saying, you are this dosha and this is what I prescribe, which I think he did once with Ms. Kiff with like berry seeds and stuff like that. Okay. I don't know anything about the berry seed treatment. And if there's no evidence behind it, he probably shouldn't prescribe it. However, was it going to harm Ms. Kiff? And was he going to be out hundreds of thousands of dollars? Probably not. So the risk of harm for this is pretty low. Probably shouldn't be recommending it as a medical practitioner. Yeah, I'm for that. I'm totally comfortable saying that. Probably don't recommend things that aren't tested. But maybe he does have evidence for it that we're just not aware of because he didn't sit Ms. Kiff down and be like, look, here are these berries that you can soak in water overnight and drink on an empty stomach and they're going to fix your ADHD and here's all the evidence I had for it, right? He just like talked about it as an idea that he could try from my understanding. And he said, you can try it. And if you like it, that's based. That's fine. And if you don't like it, that's based. That's fine. And if he prescribes it, and it turns out not only that the evidence comes out that it is only as effective as placebo, but it's directly harmful to the client, okay, then Dr. K should definitely stop saying that stuff. And now if he continues to say that stuff when he's been confronted with the evidence, that is bad. He's engaging in misinformation and pseudoscience, okay? That's all. Right? If he's never willing to correct statements, right? So say he says something about ADHD that is, he learned, here's another problem. How long ago was he in education? Because if he's not staying up with his education and everything, he might tell you guys stuff that is absolutely empirically sound 10 years ago. And then we did more research and we were like, oh fuck, we could never replicate this. This actually isn't a finding. It was an artifact of one study. Okay, they think that they're being empirical by saying it, and they don't know that they're better. And now you don't get to be a medical practitioner and just be ignorant, but you do get basically, it's like, it's okay. But the best practice is once you get confronted by the correction, what kind of berry juice was he talking about? I don't actually think he was talking about berry juice. I'm just talking about that. I think he talked about ashwagandha, actually. Guys, we have another follower goal. Everyone call 2 of your friends and tell them to follow Not So Erudite. And then they'll be like, who's that? And then be like, don't worry about it. And then they'll be like, what's Twitch? And be like, don't worry about it. Just do it. And then they'll be like, why? And they'll be like, because she's a winter Canadian assassin who hides naked in snowstorms and then attacks you because of her butt white nakedness can't be seen in the snow. Sorry. Just so you guys know, I've got a new follow goal. Oh yeah, and I'm going to do ASMR called heavy breathing into the mic because I'm getting so worked up. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry if you're new here. You've missed a couple insiders, but it's okay. A good example is when patients utilize a chiropractor for lower back pain when they cannot afford surgery and PT. Though the evidence for its effectiveness is mixed, it's still used because of a patient-specific situation. Interesting. We don't have that issue in Canada, so it's, again, paying for medicine is not something I think about a lot. So that is one issue with Dr. K that I'll admit that I've definitely is an oversight of mine that I often make. So I'll make sure that I'll give that disclaimer. I'm from Canada, right, where healthcare is free. So I don't think about the fact that like if he's recommending this instead of this, they could be paying a lot of money for this when they should be maybe saving their money for other things. Okay, so just so it's clear, when it comes to healthcare, I'm going to have potentially less generalizable takes because. But it's honestly a better argument for why you would like prescribe people yoga or meditation and stuff like that, or mindfulness instead of like expensive antidepressant medication, because yoga, meditation, and mindfulness is free and antidepressant medication is not, and antidepressant medication is more effective. And guess what? Yoga is an Ayurvedic practice. Just so it's clear. It is Ayurvedic in nature. It originally came from there. How can healthcare be free in Canada and not in the USA? Well, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys a story. It began long, long ago when there was a mommy country and a daddy country who loved each other very, very much, and they had 2 kids. And they named one kid Canada, and they named another kid America. Now, the America kid was very fractured. He was very spicy, got a lot of shit done. He was kind of Steve Jobs type. He was very productive, highly efficient, highly effective, but also kind of a dick. Canada, on the other hand, so nice. They had Canada made maple syrup. They just petted puppies. They yes-manned everything the parents ever wanted. And when the parents said, hey, can you do this for us? Baby Canada said, yes, mommy. And then baby USA said, no, fuck you. I don't want to be your kid anymore, right? Okay. And so then mommy and daddy country said, we like Canada more, so we're going to fund them for the rest of our lives to have free healthcare. And then they did that, and then they died, and then they gave all their inheritance to Canada. And Canada got an amazing, but also kind of not great public healthcare system. And America was like, I'm mad. And so America, in its anger against its twin, Canada, decided, I'm going to do the opposite of Canada. Because in a lot of times when we're angry, right, and we have a family member who we despise deeply, even if it's unhealthy, we'll take traits about them that we hate and we'll do the polar opposite just to prove to ourselves that we're not them. Right? And it's not true that you're not them. You're just like them. But America said, you know what? If you're going to have free fucking healthcare, fuck you. I'm going to have not only am I going to have expensive healthcare, but also expensive university. So fuck you twice. And Canada said, what do you mean? We just have maple syrup and we like to pet puppies. And USA said, I'm on to you. Am I psychoanalyzing the US government? I'm psychoanalyzing myself at this point. I don't know who the mommy and I don't know who the daddy or mommy country was, because I guess you could say France and Canada, France and United States. That's a pretty, fuck. France and Britain could be mommy and daddy. Those are really, pseudo-political science indeed. Yeah, if you want to talk about people engaging in pseudoscience, it's me right now. I don't know. I feel like this is a great D&D creation story for a world. I'm just going to say it, all right? So if somebody wants to rip it off of me, you can have this. This is my gift to the world. You can have this creation story for yourself, all right? Clipped it and shipped it. Good. Of me saying that this is pseudoscience, I welcome it, all right? I want everyone to think so little of me. That way I can wow them in debates. They'll be like, this idiot white woman, she doesn't know anything. Look how pale her skin is. And they'll dismiss me. And then I'll come on with nothing but hard facts and maple syrup and blow their fucking minds. It is a quintessential example of the storyteller archetype. You better bloody listen. And you better bloody listen. Jordan Peterson. Thank you. I am the quintessential archetype of the storyteller who you better bloody listen to, because you want to know why? Because if you don't, I'm going to hide naked in a snow hill somewhere, and when you walk by, I'm going to assassinate you, and you won't even know it hit you, and I'm going to ride off on my polar bear moose monster, and you'll be dead, and that'll be the end of the story. For more React content, have you seen Destiny's mental health video after a close friend of his passed away? I'd say it's pretty good. I have not. That sounds heavy. Do you guys want to do heavy? The podcast Destiny did with Reckful? I have not. Recognize DM studies on Ayurveda being strictly harmful pseudoscience. If you go to my Discord and you post it in articles, I will definitely look at them. If you can prove that all of Ayurveda is harmful, that's fair. Honestly, I'm not convinced. I don't care about Ayurveda. I just think that we shouldn't dismiss things because they are not English words, mostly. And sometimes it feels like that's what we want to do in science, where we're like, practice sounds pretty woo-woo. And it's like, no, it doesn't sound woo-woo. It sounds not English, right? Nothing but hard facts and maple syrup. Are you using the headset mic again? No, I'm not. Do I sound that bad? I fought with my mic all day today, okay? I know I'm a little bit quiet, but I don't know how to manage the noise of my house and this mic. So it's a work in progress. Thanks, guys. We're not gonna launch into a fucking mic debacle. Do we want more reaction? I could see what talks I have coming up, and we can prep for it. Oh, I need to learn a little bit about. Oop, not crunchy. This. Do you guys know the crunch culture conundrum? Interesting shit. Oh, Discord's not liking you. Hold on. Let me do it again for you. That's Squad W. Shit, why is it doing it? There we go. Okay. Hold on. All right, we're gonna go through this in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the washroom and run a little ad break for those of you not subbed, which most of you have been gifted a sub by now, so thank you, gifters. And I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. I don't blame you if you left. I feel like I should become a hardcore streamer and just wear diapers. I've heard that there are some streamers who do that, that they either have like a bottle. I did run an ad, sorry. They either have like a bottle or they have, what do other people do when they go to the washroom? Do they just play the video? Because I feel like that's a little bit not good.
You know, the more I learn about video games, the more I'm amazed they even exist. It is really hard to visualize how a game goes from idea to product. But the more I learn about what goes on in the average studio, the more I'm beginning to realize that creating a commercially successful video game, indie or AAA, is a stressful, expensive, time-consuming, exhausting undertaking. Shit comes at a high price. Not just financially. Hello, I am Funny Cartoon Man, and today we will be discussing mental health, self-care.
From one study, an Iran sample of commercially prepared Ayurvedic drugs purchased online via the internet detectable levels of mud. Yeah, so that doesn't mean, again, that all of Ayurveda, which is a field of medicine, which includes practices for mental health, practices for multiple things, right? I'm not saying all of Ayurveda is good. I'm saying show me evidence. So I would say probably Ayurvedic drugs are not very great. You probably shouldn't purchase them. I'm not for them. Turns out they've got some nasty shit in them. But that doesn't mean that Ayurvedic yoga isn't valuable, right? I just don't want to dismiss all of Ayurveda and all of the philosophies, particularly the thoughts and ideas within it, because there are some bad ideas. Phrenology was a Western medicine practice that was a bad fucking idea. What we should do with Ayurvedic practices is just analyze them, run data, like this one did, which said Ayurvedic drugs seem to have a lot of lead and mercury and arsenic in them, and to which I say that's fucking bad. Definitely don't promote that. And if Dr. K is actively promoting and prescribing Ayurvedic drugs, particularly these types of drugs in the studies, I would say he's engaging in misinformation and pseudoscience, and that is bad. But I haven't had any evidence of that. Did you know what the best metric is to see if someone is a psychopath or not? A psychopath doesn't use dark mode. True. I know. I can't believe I'm not using dark mode, to be honest. Good point. Here we go. Oof. Oh, I feel so soothed. Do you guys feel calm now? Should I put on some ASMR for you guys so you can calm even more? I'll just make gross eating noises again. And not a psycho anymore. Perfect. Man, this is the treatment that we've needed in forensic psychology all along. They've been trying to teach them things like empathy, like fucking cost analysis benefit of why it's not a good idea to do crime against people. We should have just taught psychopaths to use dark themes. 5 head take, all right? All of us in forensic psych are 3 heads. Dummies. Don't know shit about shit, all right? All right. But once again, I will put together studies a lot more negatives. People who are for Ayurveda are typically pushing it as a whole and becomes more harm than good. Right. But this is why we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there is something within Ayurveda that I was reading about that I think is fucking brilliant, which is that it doesn't look particularly for mental health. Okay. I don't necessarily know for medicine because I'm not a doctor, but when it comes to mental health, we have a medical view of mental health, and I can give you articles that dismantle and completely outline the history of the medicalization of mental health and why it was the worst fucking idea we could have ever done in North America. It's fucking dog shit. And I have sources on this shit now, all right? Look up Deacon et al. Based. Fucking genius man right there. I shouldn't actually assume Deacon's a man. I don't know their first name. I usually only memorize researchers' last names. Deacon, in this article, I'll have you look up the name. If you want to know the name, give me like 2 seconds. If you're really interested, I can look it up. Deacon talks about how the medical model of mental health is fucking trash because it approaches every individual like one person. So CBT, the premise of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is everyone has cognitions. These cognitions are more or less the same, and the way that we change these cognitions that lead to harmful mental health disorders is we challenge them. The problem is that that's a very, very broad stroke for very unique individuals. Now, I'm not saying this as somebody who doesn't like science, okay? I am a fucking stats simp, all right? I like qualitative research, and broadly, generally, CBT seems to be broadly pretty effective for people. The problem is that we also have to individualize our treatment, right? It seems to be the case that some people do really well when they get cognitive behavioral therapy, but other people seem to do similarly, if not maybe better, when they get psychodynamic theory, right? Other people seem to do a lot better when they get really strict behaviorism therapy. There's different strokes for different folks, and Ayurvedic practice, part of what it does with mental health is it tries to figure out if there are patterns of people that tend to be similar, almost like personality psych, and then we try to basically prescribe from it. Now, here's an issue with prescribing with something like doshas. Even if the doshas are valid, even if doshas seem to line up with genetic evidence, which there's a little bit for, and even if these archetypes are fundamentally true to human behavior, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily prescriptive of how to treat it. But if we include this mindset into Western medical practice with mental health, we might be able to come up with better ways than Ayurveda has to treat mental health in a much more holistic and also individualistic way. That's all. But that's my full feeling about Ayurveda. That's it. That's the main value I take from it. I don't care that much about doshas in and of themselves. I'm imagining that humans can't be just separated into like 3 major types. That feels incorrect for psyche because we have personality psych that breaks human psychology into 5 major factors. So I don't really think like breaking it down into only 3 archetypes is the best idea. So I don't agree with the idea of doshas overall. Does Dr. K engage in like a little bit of pseudoscience with that? Potentially, right? There is, again, evidence for doshas. There is. There's even some genetic evidence for doshas. I can, again, send you the paper if you'd like it. My problem is that I don't know how prescriptively helpful they are. I'm very dubious on it. And so that was something where I'm like, well, maybe you as a practitioner have more, because like remember, he's licensed in Ayurvedic practice, but when he went and got like monk training, it wasn't just like random monk training. He got training from a whole bunch of monks that all had PhDs in like physical sciences, like physics, chemistry, biology, or medical doctors. So it's not like he was being trained by a bunch of dumbasses. And I really hate it when we just try to like dismiss people outright. I mean, like they're just dumb. And it's like, they got a fucking PhD in physics, bruh. You can't be that dumb. And they required them to get them usually from like American and like high-end education, like Harvard, right? So they're not dumb. We're not going to play that game. It's possible that they're still engaging in pseudoscience, but if you're deeply immersed in science, you also know that there are sometimes things that we don't know because we haven't proven it yet, not because it's actually pseudoscience. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'll get off my pedestal here.
Hair, workplace abuse, and other fun topics. Quick thing before we get ourselves knee-deep in bullshit, I gotta make a thing clear for those who aren't already aware. Crunch and crunch culture are 2 very different things. Crunch is the act of pushing yourself, usually by working very long hours to meet a deadline. It's what immediately follows the oh god, oh fuck moment when you realize an assignment is due in 2 days and you haven't started yet. It's a feeling of running on 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days, going on your 3rd G Fuel, desperately chipping away at an assignment due that morning that you still don't know whether you're going to finish on time. Got that? Okay, cool. Now I want you to hold on to that feeling, but your boss just told you that that's what you and all of your your family's life is going to be like for the next 2 months. Okay, have fun. See you on launch day.
Does anybody work in the industry? I'm talking about crunch culture and all this like gaming stuff. So if anyone in here has like exposure to this, you should let me know. Okay, but as someone who is just dropping from a Destiny YouTube video, can we talk about how your mic doesn't sound terrible anymore? Oh, we can. I like you. You can stay. You don't need my consent to stay. Well, I guess technically to some extent you need my consent because I could theoretically ban you, but I wouldn't do that. But I'm just saying you don't have to stay, but I appreciate that. I've had a lot of fights with my mic today, so I really appreciate it, the compliments. Yeah, because my mic was fucking terrible before.
Crunch culture is where most of the problems come from. It's the idea that regularly staying late, slaving away on a project among your peers.
I like to play video games. I like turtles. Thanks, Michael. Sorry, I shouldn't shit on you. But if we're going for Dommy Mommy vibes, maybe I should, but only with your consent and if you're into it. It's not just gaming, software developmental source, Code Monkeys, Deacon. Oh, no. Honestly, don't worry about it, Bastiny. I got one of my profs to send it to me because it's really hard to find precise articles. But it talks about basically like the history of the medicalization of mental health. I can post it later.
Is a good thing, actually.
I'll send it to myself.
And should be expected from those in the field. Those who buy into it would argue, consciously or subconsciously, that it's a rite of passage. That getting stuff done and doing it well isn't just important, it's the most important. All that lame-ass work-life balance, mental health shit can go to hell if it means we're delaying Frogger Ancient Shadow. Well-adjusted people don't usually wake up one day and decide to abandon their social life and also 80% of their sleep. Crunch is a result of deadlines, a lack of time needed to comfortably reach them, and a general sentiment that it's okay to burn the candle at both ends. Some would say that this is a bad thing.
How very Protestant work ethic of this industry. To be honest, this is what fucking Christian nonprofits have done forever. It's terrible. It's why I do my best to avoid working for Christian nonprofits or nonprofits in general. Not all of them. Some of them are pretty solid, but yeah. A lot of nonprofits, a lot of places that like work with like homeless and addiction individuals because staff turnover is so high that they're basically like, you're a good person if you're a workaholic. And it's like, look, you know, Tesla kind of does that where they like really do try to like select for distinctly people who are kind of workaholics. But to be honest, in general, demanding that of your workers, not good. Setting it up as an ideal culture, even worse. I really hate it. I remember I work on indie games as an artist, but I can work as little or as much as I want. I don't make much money, but I am happy. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Again, if work makes you happy and you want to be a workaholic, that's fine. If it starts fucking up your life and making you unhappy, probably stop. Our culture is like so fucking obsessed with the hustle and money. And it's just like, yeah, but what's the point of all the money if you hate your life and you have nobody to spend it with, you know? And maybe you're just like, because I like money. And I'm like, why? By itself, it's useless. Maybe you're like, well, because I like to, Red Penny, if you're in here, can you talk for a second? I gotta add you as a mod. And I don't know if you've got numbers after your name or something. Red Penny. I saw you just recently comment. There you are. Done. Now you guys have a new dictator in town. Nonprofits are evil and Ayurveda is good. Not only are nonprofits evil, Ayurveda good, Destiny bad, he big hate women. Also, Chud bad, hate women as well. Nice, okay? We got those? Those are my positions on all of life, okay? Hot take, in my experience, game development crunch is like half of the employee's fault. The other half is bad management and shifting project goals. I'm not surprised. It reminds me of school. So I have no experience with the gaming industry, but when I hear this, I think about school, right? In school, you can do crunches for studying, like the show was just talking about. However, is that because teachers require too much? Yes. University, the model of university, and the amount of money it costs is definitely not manageable, especially for fucking engineers. Engineering is basically a perfect recipe for how do we make people as lonely, isolated, and depressed as possible, as quickly as fucking possible. Why would I change this title, Basney? It's just a fact. I'm just gonna, okay, I will change it, but I'm just changing it to this. I'm not watching Destiny Hate Women anymore. I'm just gonna say Destiny Hate Women with minimal grammar. Okay? Can we also fight with Mr. Girl? You can, I guess. I don't really want to. I still like Mr. Girl. I disagree with Mr. Girl on things, but I still like him. Because I have this superpower called I have complex views of people, which means I can disagree with many things and still value them as a person. Now, there are some things that make me dislike people and not want to be friends, but I'm not there yet. Okay? Do we hate Dr. K yet? We're trying really hard to. But it's not working. We're not there yet. Are fitness supplements something Are fitness supplements something a doctor pushes? Oh, you guys are having a conversation. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to jump in on your guys' private conversation on my chat. Chud hate women is pretty true. Should I write Destiny and Chud? Done. Such a clickbaity title. I can't hate people, it's too exhausting. But who doesn't hate women, though? I don't hate women. Probably a lot of you don't hate women. Hate is a very strong word. It's a very strong feeling. As one aspect often overlooked in software and game development is that accurately judging a timeline is insanely difficult. I can't even imagine. I have watched project managers for, I used to be roommates with somebody who was doing like a project for getting a satellite up in space, and they had like all these deadlines and stuff, and they had done like so much math to figure out when they'd hit the deadline, and they were still off because there's always like unexpected factors that you don't know that are going to come up. Huge roadblocks can come up randomly. Yep. Not an excuse for crunch culture, but the timelines get set and you're at the mercy of them. Yes. And that's the issue, right? Is like, if you don't meet the timelines, your fucking viewers and followers and stuff get pissy. But if you do meet the deadlines and there's a lot of shit that's fucked up with it, then they hate your game and they don't play it anymore. So I definitely am not jealous of the experience of game developers. That whole industry feels like a doomed if you do and doomed if you don't kind of situation. And another problem is that a lot of like big gaming companies are just fucking pumping out games as fast as they can that aren't very good to just like get more buys. And so it's like making gamers frustrated. It's making gamers more like, right? But you want to like do the promo. So yeah, I totally get it. I do wonder to what extent, I'm talking with people tomorrow that are in the gaming industry. Do I play video games at all? I do. I don't know if that's facetious, but in case you're like, are you just on here to be like a crappy titty streamer? I'm not. I'm literally wearing a high neck. And also, I do play video games. I don't usually stream it because my computer's graphics card is pretty slow and old, so it has a hard time doing all this shit. My CPU as well just can't. We gotta upgrade the computer a little bit before we're gonna start streaming games more often. And do you guys even want to watch me just like be shitty at games? A gamer. I'm not like a true gamer. I'm definitely like a casual gamer. I'm like a girl gamer. But I don't usually play a lot of like, oh, that's not true. Who am I interviewing? No one anymore. Just hating. I'm on a panel tomorrow about crunch culture, so I'm trying to learn about it. Shots fired at non-gamer girls. Oh yeah. Nothing wrong with titty streamers. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with titty streamers. I'm just saying I'm not the place to go for it. Pretty obviously. Adding to what Fupa loves, the bigger the projects, the harder it is to gauge and the harder it is to move the deadlines because a lot of money is involved. Exactly. Passionate people and peer pressure also plays a big role into the culture as well, right? Especially if they're calling it like our family and they're like idealizing people who like fucking burn themselves out all the time. I know this from like, again, nonprofit Christian work where it's like, oh, you're so cool. You've been here for 12 hours straight. Man, you're so dedicated. You're so respect worthy. And I always like look at them and I'm like, I don't respect you. I think it's bad. And then I befriend them and then I tell them it's bad and then I yell at them to go home. Family equals bad, nonprofit equals bad. Also, Destiny equals bad, Chud equals bad, Ayurveda equals good, homeopathy equals based, and what's some other dumb shit I can say? Oh, I don't know. It's gone. ASMR? 1000% good. Oh my gosh, I love it. Woman equals bad too. True? Actually, just people equal bad. We should fix that. COVID ain't real. Just to be clear, in case you're not sure, I'm being very glib right now. If you have a hard time reading facial expressions, that's super fair. Sometimes some neurodevelopmental disorders make facial expressions and tones hard to read. So just in case it isn't clear to you, I am 100% fucking joking, right? So if you get mad at me afterwards, this stream erudite as fuck right now. I don't know what that means. Are you just saying like this stream is erudite or this stream is as fuck right now? You're leaving me on the edge of my seat tilt. Wait, you aren't being serious? No, I am not. You should probably immediately unfollow me, block me, send lots of hate mail. If you want to send me hate mail, figure out what Destiny's address is in Miami, and then you can send it there. Deal. Okay. Perfect, guys. Good plan. All right. What do I think of Ayurveda? Oh, I just love it. I just love all things that start with A. Apples, aardvarks, people named Aaron that start their name with an A, not Aarons that start with a fucking E though. Fuck those Aarons. If you're Aaron with an E, get the fuck off my... Get out of here. I don't want you, right? I'm going to be the opposite Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's going to yell at you for not giving her money. I'm going to yell at you for giving me money, especially if your name is Aaron with an E. Oh yeah, AA runs, you can stay. You're based, VIP instantly, we love you. We love you, Aaron's AA runs. Please stay here. Also, what else starts with an A that I like? My daughter's name is Erin. Well... never welcome her to this channel. She's not welcome, all right? Aaron Yeager? Oh no. Is Aaron Yeager spelt like that? I knew I fucking hated him. I knew he was gonna be a bad guy from the very beginning. Aaron Yeager is my favorite protagonist and my favorite antagonist, okay? Anal, true, that as well. Assholes, also love them. Very cute. Have you ever seen a picture of a kawaii butthole? 10 out of 10. Acai berries, 100%. Is that how you say acai? No one knows. Can anyone say it correctly? I don't think anyone in the world has ever said it correctly, including the person who first came up with the name, all right? Anime, love it. All forms of anime, only if they start with an A, all right? Acai anime, 100%. Aidens, yep. Adayons, yep. Acid, love it. I bathe in acid every day. That's how my skin is so beautiful, okay? Now this is going into like weird racial territories, just so it's clear. I'm being glib, just so it's fucking clear. I am joking. Austrians, atrocities, accents, all of abominables, abominable snowmans, atrocities, love them, all of them. Anything that starts with an A is based. Based is actually spelt with a silent A at the beginning. Animalism. Fuck. I'm just walking myself into so many horribly clippable moments. This stream is going through words that start with A. We are, because we're going through things that I love that start with A. All right? Anti-disestablishmentarianism. 100%. You guys might watch porn. I just watch long lectures about anti-disestablishmentarianism. You're in Canada. You're white. Of course I'm white. How else would I get naked, hide in snowbanks, and assassinate people? Assassination. Another A word. Love it. Oh no, I don't love the establishment. That starts with an E, a dirty E word. We don't like E's here, all right? Errands that start with E's, establishment, we don't like any of that shit. I like anti-racism. I like anti-acids. I like anti-establishmentarianism. Equality, yeah, I hate equality. The worst. Amoebas, love those guys. Best friends with amoebas. Ass, 100%. All things to do with ass. These are the spiciest takes. Fight me on all of this. I need a Steven Crowder thing. What does it? Change my mind? Anti-woman. I know. I'm just reeing. I'm reeing. I don't know why I'm in such a memer mood, which is why I just am dooming my Twitch career from day one. All right. It was a good debate. Sorry, half-baked takes. That's all I got. Angina? Yes. Adolescents? I don't love them, but they're passable, okay? The problem with adolescents, they have a D right after it, all right? And I don't like that. Love Anna? Yeah. Starts with an A. Based. Pro or anti-ass? Who's anti-ass? Do you know how dysfunctional you would be if you didn't have a glute? What would you do? You couldn't walk around. That's a panel I could get behind. No, that would be a boring fucking panel, okay? Everyone would be like, are you pro or anti-ass? And everyone would be like, I like asses. And then people would be like, yeah. And that would be the end of the conversation, because nobody's going to be like, I don't like them, right? Even if you dislike them, it's not like you're going to be anti-ass. Like, I actively want 0 asses in this world. I wish the gluteus was fucking annihilated from the human anatomy, okay? I don't want a connector between my torso and my legs. I don't want something that propels me forward and helps me stand upright. I want to crawl on the ground like a snake, all right? Fuck butts. Fuck all the butts. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm spurging so hard. I'm supposed to watch this video, but it's not happening. All right, crunch culture. Let's go. Okay, real conversations, real talks now. Just in case it's not clear. Yes, do consensually fuck butts. Don't just fuck any butt.
Oh, nothing. Okay. Okay, well, since you
Sorry,
asked,
guys.
I just have all
I took us
this
in a weird
pubic hair,
direction.
and I don't know how
I'm
to
sorry.
get rid of it.
Yeah, I really don't like that. I know that.
Introducing Manscaped, today's sponsor, and the #1 reason I can afford food this month. They have sent me another holiday year box, the all-in-one performance package kit. Wouldn't you know it, that you buy a product and they send you
no, is this
the
an
product.
ad?
Look at all this holiday product. Let's check it out over here. And thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring. Friend Ed, who you may know better
Wait,
as
is that
Punk
a
Duck.
dick in the
This is a bit
background?
personal, but
It
my friend
is.
Ed, who you may know better as Punk Duck, was recently hit by a car. He suffered some pretty gnarly spleen damage and was stuck in the hospital bed for a long while. At one point, they had to use a catheter since he wasn't able to leave his bed. And since it was taped to the side of his leg, once they finally removed it, most of his pubic hair came with it. And if he had just used Manscaped, that wouldn't have happened.
Oh no,
Throw in boxer
he got
briefs,
us.
slap on
That was actually
your
pretty
jingle
smart.
ball. So, I prepared a list
Wow.
of words that
He
describe
got me. I was fully buying into this
You'll
story.
notice game developer and smart are not on this list. So in addition to binging every article and video on
is this
Crunch I
another
could
one?
find, I've spoken to a few people who work or worked in the industry. That way it seems like I know what I'm talking about.
I know some people have always said well, we're not holding a gun to your head excuse, but yeah, you are. My employment is in your hands, and if you don't like that I don't want to crunch, you're going to let me go, and I'll be out of a job.
This is Chris the Dead, or, that's his username.
So I don't really like that language. Okay, they're not holding a gun to your head, but they are putting what I would say is unethical, ethically intolerable levels of pressure for your work, right? Because the reality is it's not a gun to your head. You could technically get a work in another location. Now you might be like, yeah, but the whole industry does this, so I couldn't work in the field. But technically, if you really hated it that much, you could get a job in a different field, okay? But I recognize, real talk though, the mic does need adjusting somehow. I know, it's too quiet. That's the biggest issue right now. But if it gets louder, you guys hear my dog clickety clacking and my husband blabbity blabbing. Okay, so I don't have a solution right now. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Headless Chicken has been here from the beginning and is so fucking sick of people bringing up the mic. I know the mic is nice. That's right. Look how cute it is, though. Yeah, I won't touch it so I don't fucking destroy your ears, but imagine me petting it, all right? Imagine the ASMR noises, okay? I should make my description. I just had a completely squirrel thought. I should make my description on my Twitch thing just a fucking all of it wrong. I'm just gonna steal only inside jokes from this one stream, and that'll be my whole description. It'll be like, I do ASMR. I'm a really bad titty streamer, and I love everything that starts with A. Don't even ask. If it starts with an A, I fucking love it. That's gonna be my new description, okay? That way I get immediately banned from Twitch. Okay, sorry, I'm distracted. Hold on, let me set something to Chud to make fun of him. Let's just message Chud. Just gonna leave that there. Just so you know, me and Chud so far, we're on good working terms. We have good bants, okay? Aspiring titty streamer ASMR. So many A's in there. Thank you. I appreciate you. And fuck butts, true. That'll be and it'll be like enter space and fuck butts. Yo, what are we talking about? Good fucking question, Narvis. I'm trying to talk about crunch culture, but I am barely holding on to attention span, okay? Not a sentence, but barely holding on. Do I mean Chud logic? I do mean Chud logic, yeah. We have good bants. I appreciate Chud logic. We have good times. Chud does, in fact, hate women. True. What about crunchal culture? Is that... Sounds like a cereal. Math is what's for dinner. All right, let's go.
I was brought on as the only animator for a season of a show.
Oh my god. He's chosen to share his experience under the condition that certain details, such as where he worked, remain undisclosed. This is not only because the job market could blacklist him for telling the truth, but because the company he worked for can also sue him if he directly says bad things about them. In most industries, this is standard practice. When crunch is discussed in relation to a company people actually like, pay attention and you'll notice the white knight neckbeards rushing to the defense of the multi-million-dollar company.
Yeah, that's it. Paid overtime. Paid overtime under Polish work laws, which are much better than the United States.
Wow, you're telling me these developers are getting paid to work the same hours as an 18th century coal miner? Oh, yes, Queen, give us the bare minimum.
Whatever. Crunch culture at CDPR is very real. No matter what you've read, it's not just limited to 48 work hours. I am very proud of people in the field calling it out. If you work in a field and your field is full of shit, mobilize the people to call that shit out. And it's hard because people don't want to call out their employer, but if it's one of you, you're going to get fired. If it's 800 of you, it's less likely. Now, I know unions don't always work, but here's the thing with unions for extremely skilled laborers is you're not easily replaceable, right? Yes. When you go on a postal strike, the problem is that postal workers are easily replaceable. Now, this doesn't make it good. It's unethical, but we're not talking about companies that are exactly engaging in ethical practice anyway. So we've thrown the ethical behavior of the business aside. That's obviously being assumed. It's probably not great, right? Yes, the risk of not just being fired but being on a list, which is why, like, when there are industry standards that are a problem, you have to mobilize as a group and you have to basically like be brave and all work together to tear it down, because like this bullshit just can't stand and you can't do it by yourself, which sucks. To be honest, the best you can do is anonymously report it. But the problem is that like usually movements need faces. Unions are protectionist rackets and we must disassemble them. I mean, there's lots of problems with unions. But I think you can make, like a union is an organized body, but a union of 800, 2,000, 15,000 workers that aren't willing to do something is a union, even if it's not a legal union, right? So, just thoughts.
One of the most popular arguments used by both morons and PR departments is that nobody's got a gun to their head. They chose to work 80 hours a week. They chose to abandon their social life.
This is important because it clearly defines more than a year as a time span of overtime. But as we will underline soon, this happens independent from any requirement. Sometimes there are employees who just stay late at the office or put in those extra hours. With artists and people passionate about their craft, it happens.
I distinctly remember somebody telling me early on, you are not expected to crunch. It is not required.
Oh, by the way, if I haven't said it yet, you should, if you like the stuff, this guy's name is Noodle. He makes some pretty good animated shit. So feel free to give him a follow, give him a view, pull up this link. I'll post it for you. You can just fucking pull it up and mute it. Just give him a view. It gives him a couple bucks, probably not even, probably a couple cents, but you may as well do it if you're enjoying it.
I'm like, cool. And then crunch hit. 12 to 16 hour days, 7 days a week for a month straight.
That averages out to 100 hours a week, which is like a cartoon number. I can hardly wrap my head around that, but that's like
oh my gosh.
You might be thinking to yourself, well, if Chris wasn't forced to crunch, why'd he do it anyway? Simple.
It's fine when they're sweatshop workers. It's just not fine when it's us skilled laborers. Just kidding. I know that's not what anyone's saying. I work as a proctor. We have psychometricians on staff at my job. Cool. Tell them I said hi. And they'll say, who is that? And you'll say, I don't know. A weird person on the internet. And then they'll say, you go on the internet and then you'll be embarrassed. And then you'll get fired. That's facts and science and maple syrup. All right?
Coercion. technically, yeah, Chris didn't have to crunch. In the same way, I don't technically have to obey my house arrest.
It was like, yeah, you're not technically by contract required to crunch, but they're not going to hire you back if you don't.
Just to be clear, that wasn't a great analogy. If you are on house arrest, it's not that you technically aren't allowed to leave your house. You're literally not allowed to leave your house with dire consequences. The issue is that the workplaces aren't technically incorrect in saying this. You don't technically have to work that, right? The problem is that the cultural standard within the workplace has become toxic, and people aren't speaking out enough and saying, fuck this bullshit. And that's what has to happen to change this industry standard. Is reality is they're not technically forcing you. They're just it's intolerably unethical, the amount of pressure that they're putting on people to be doing these work hours, which is dog shit, obviously. And what has to happen is gaming companies need to start hiring people and giving them really good wages, treating their staff. It's almost, here's the thing, it's almost like if you start a new company, now you need a lot of money to do that, and you can hire people, right? And you treat them well. It almost is like treating people decent broadly makes you a fair bit of money. But we get away with treating people like shit because nobody cares. And politicians are paid off. So, sorry guys. That's the news of today.
They're going to let your contract expire.
That's the fact of today.
Most studios don't technically mandate crunch periods. They don't have to. Over 50% of game devs consider crunch expected by their employers. Last year, Epic Games developers described a culture of fear, where overtime wasn't mandated, but it was expected. An anonymous employee told Polygon that they averaged 70 hours a week, and that somewhere between 50 to 100 people were in the same boat.
The company gives us unlimited time off, but it's almost impossible to take the time. If I take time off, the workload falls onto other people, and nobody wants to be that guy.
Another anecdote reads,
I hardly sleep. I'm grumpy at home. I have no energy to go out. Getting a weekend away from work is a major achievement. If I take Saturday off, I feel guilty. I'm not being forced to work this way, but if I don't, the job won't get done.
Yeah, this shit is the same shit that we experience in like the healthcare field. So as somebody who's been an addictions counselor and who's worked at like government level addiction centers, absolutely, we had certain like rotations where you would get in a 2-week period 2 fucking days off in 2 weeks. It was horrible because the working conditions were dog shit. We weren't safe. There were multiple staff assaults all the time. We basically never got all of our breaks because there wasn't enough staff on site, and we never had a peace officer available. So literally when staff assaults happened, sometimes we didn't have a way to like stop it until the kids stopped. Okay, it's dog shit. In that case, I left. And I have the benefit that not my entire field is like this. But absolutely, there's this shit. It happens with nurses a lot too. I have a lot of friends who are nurses, and it makes me so enraged, okay? So enraged. And I don't know the solution. I'm not just gonna sit at the like common day worker and be like, let's just get a different job, right? I'm not saying that. Just to be clear, I've never said that. Even when I've said they're not technically forcing you, they aren't, but they're doing everything as close to as possible to doing it, which is dog shit, by the way. Okay, so just so it's clear, I'm not saying that like people who are in these industries just aren't victims and they're just being whiny bitches. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, this culture shit is cringe. I remember I got concussed, okay? I was concussed. I got a doctor's note to give me 4 days off. I took the 4 days off, came back into work, and within like 2 to 3 hours, I was so ill that I didn't know if I could drive myself home. So I went and saw my doctor, and I had a doctor prescribe me an additional 3 weeks off. And when I called into my workplace, they basically just shamed me for being sick. And it was like, I'm in a workplace that regular assaults happen. If you're currently concussed, if you get re-injured in the brain, it can be really fucking dire. Like that's the setup for like actual like really dangerous like hematoma, brain injury, dog shit. Okay? I hate this shit in workplace, and I don't know how to fix it other than just like screw all of these workplaces basically, and also tell your unions that they fucking suck because they're not fixing any of this shit and they're raking in millions of dollars while they don't do anything to improve your working standards. It makes me so enraged. changed. And so there isn't an easy standard other than I guess all I'm saying is if you work in workplaces like this and you're like, holy fuck, this is me. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. I really hope that you can find a different workplace, a small business, something that you can maybe get out. But I get that life isn't always that nice and cozy and ideal, right? I'm really lucky. I am not just lucky. I won the fucking lottery. Okay. I worked at a terrible workplace, got hired by a nonprofit who had some pretty unhealthy standards, but was really small. And I could talk with the highest levels of the nonprofit and basically negotiate boundaries for my work-life balance. And they just respected it. I was super, super lucky. I know that. And then after that, I got a job by them again, working from home. And now I'm streaming. So I'm not trying to be like, Holy Bays, I should go sub to, make sure you sub to both of them. And then make sure you send lots of hate mail to me. That's what I would like, John. Okay? That would be the most ideal situation. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So, yeah. It's not a perfect, I don't have a perfect solution for you other than saying, holy shit, I'm so sorry. This is trash. And if this is if you're in the gaming industry and this is the standard, like you literally can't even win the lottery and find a workplace that doesn't do this shit. You have to speak out and you have to set boundaries and you have to shame your coworkers for not doing the same. Like you actually have to. I don't know what else to do. Okay. Cause it's bullshit and it sucks. And I'm so sorry. And if you decide that you hate this field and you never want to work in it again, I don't blame you at all. Hate mail incoming. Nice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you can get into trouble with startups too. Too much promises, too few resources. You have to be careful for sure. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to like, I apologize if before I've sounded idealistic. I am not trying to be idealistic. I totally understand that there are problems. The main things you can do as purchasers is like try not to like re-out and be like when like games are delayed, because just remember people are suffering to try to get this game out. Try not to re-out when a game like sucks for a little bit. Give it a little bit of time, you know, relax a little bit, and make sure you check in on your local game developer. See if they're doing okay.
Hey, don't worry, it gets worse. At Epic Games and most of the industry, it's standard practice to hire a core group of employees as well as a larger.
Do you guys want to re-emote? I'll make a face like this or something like that. Don't buy games on release. Easy. Yeah, buy them 6 years after they've been made. Based. Giga Chad. Red pilled. Fucking woke. All of it. All of those words.
Your body of cheaper, less experienced contract workers to do the lower level grunt work. But here's the thing about contract work.
Ugh.
In addition to the benefits they probably aren't getting, contractors don't get paid overtime.
Yep.
They're on a salary, meaning that no matter how many hours they worked, their paycheck's going to look the same at the end of the month either way.
Yep.
Best case scenario, when the game finally ships, it gets a 93 on Metacritic and they get a little bonus. Hell, maybe they even get offered a permanent position. That way the next time they're abused, they actually get paid for it. Worst case, the contract runs out. Around the same time this article came out, Jason Schreier broke the story of Anthem's troubled development on Kotaku, and you know, it's bad enough that we developed a shorthand nickname for workplace abuse, but holy shit, does BioWare take the cake? Because during that...
Oh, BioWare is based in Alberta. So, I'm not super surprised. Sorry if you can hear my husband screaming 1 second. There we go. Rattle. Yeah. Alberta, eh? Indeed. I like your use of A there. I feel very seen and validated. Is Husbando winning? Maybe later.
That game's 7-year-long development cycle, another term surfaced. Stress casualty.
Shit,
In BioWare, the term refers to somebody who's, quote, had such a mental breakdown from the stress, they're just gone for a few months. As Jim Sterling once pointed out, stress casualty isn't actually a new phrase. It's probably been around for over 100 years, just not usually in reference to game developers. The term actually comes from military documentation describing soldiers with early onset fucking PTSD. They had lost count of how many times this happened in BioWare. some come back, some don't. This is why I fucking hate when people make the gun to head argument. It's not just wrong, it's actively harmful, and it enables the kind of people who use others' passion against them. It ties into this idea that if you manage to get a job doing what you love, you never work a day in your life, and that the art you create should be reward enough, which is a detached
artists who are wait, what is this?
And that the art you
artists who profit from their workout are so
create should be reward enough, which is a detached, childish
really
mindset
funny.
that only makes sense in a fantasy world where passionate people don't also require work-life balance or money to pay rent and eat food. I gotta assume that the people up top cracking the whip must either not realize or not care that burning the candle at both ends completely drains you of any passion you might have had. A tired, stressed, underpaid, unhappy employee working the same hours as a fucking sweatshop worker is not likely to put out their best work.
Hey, this shit is why I fucking love Gen Z, because millennials, they did a pretty good job of being like, hey, can we stop being like so toxic in our attitudes towards certain things? But they still kind of went along with the boomer work ethic, which I think is actually really, really bad, okay? Gen Z is saying, fuck all that shit. Now, there's an issue because Gen Z is saying, fuck all that shit, I'ma just do my hustle, and then they work more and are more hedonic and care about people less. Not great. Gen Z. Oh yeah. Gen Z. Sorry guys. Did I say Z? Or did I say Z? It doesn't matter. By the way, what he said isn't necessarily true about contractors. My last contract with Nintendo and they paid overtime. My imagination is with contracts. So I am a contractor. I work on contract. You can negotiate terms. Now, if you are a tiny, tiny person, you might feel like, but I can't negotiate terms. But you probably can, because working at dog shit places like this aren't worth it. And yes, somebody else will, but that somebody else isn't you, and you're not going to be the one who is extremely mentally destroyed, and you can apply elsewhere. And I know, I'm not saying that this is a magic fix, and I'm not trying to like shit on anyone, because it's difficult, and I've been particularly like blessed in my career experience, so I'm not shitting on anyone in like difficult situations. But the problem is that like getting mad and then just shaking your fist and demanding the industry to change without changing anything in yourself isn't going to fix anything, right? You have to like take care of yourself first, and then if you're motivated enough, fucking go after these shitheads. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, tear down this industry. If they treat their staff like this, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Don't work for those places. Don't buy their games. Fuck BioWare. They only made like 2 good games anyways. I'm just kidding.
Somehow I doubt that someone undergoing a stress casualty feels super motivated. Feels weird. Like, obviously...
I imagine, though, that this is probably lining up some of the worst case experiences. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not part of the gaming industry, so that's why I'm saying if you're in the gaming industry and this is actually more close to what your experience is like, just tell me. I worked at a fish packaging place when I was 16. We had multiple posts dependent on each other. When it was time for my break, I was alone. I worked twice as quickly for 30 minutes and 6 hours nonstop. Was it my right to completely halt the entire system and take a break? Technically, yeah. And then also they could fire you. That's the problem, is that there isn't enough worker recourse, and I'm totally behind you with that one. I'm not saying that this is an easy solution or that people aren't being taken advantage of, and that it isn't fucking disgusting that people are taken advantage of. I'm not saying that, just to be very clear. It was in your right, and they probably would have fired you, and it's dog shit that they would have fired you, and it's dog shit that they treated you guys like shit. Like, all of that is true. And the problem is that if you're working in packaging plants, your labor that's easily replaceable, so it's extremely hard to change the industry standard, because if you protest against them and you like do like a workers strike, they'll just replace you with other workers who are willing to work. It's really shitty. So I definitely feel for you. It's basically why it's like, if you can, honestly, like, it's definitely nice to get education and get like higher paying jobs so that you can negotiate contracts and demand better treatment. It shouldn't be the case that you can only demand better treatment when society decides that your work is slightly more valuable. Pretty shitty. I'm just telling you, I guess what I'm trying to do is doing the space of being descriptively true about the system that we lived in, and also being prescriptively accurate about what would be the ideal situations that we can be advocating and striving toward. I guess that's what I'm trying to do. So try not to mix those two things up.
People at BioWare want you to play their game, but the cranking 90s feels a little different knowing that the devs are cranking 90 hours a week. I don't know. Hey, check this out. This is Marty O'Donnell's pet goose. I've stolen him for the video. He's mine now.
Oh, fuck. I literally thought the knocking was at my window. That was very effective. It was only here.
Hey, Marty.
I've been looking for the goose.
Yeah, I'm just holding on to him for a little.
I'm guessing this is an inside joke.
It's okay. That's for the video, so I'll give him back.
Marty, for those who aren't aware, is the audio director at Highwire Games and previously Bungie.
I want my goose back.
He wrote the Flintstones
Those knock
Vitamins
noises are
jingles.
effective. They're getting me every time.
He's been in the industry for more than 2 decades.
I'm talking to you. I want my goose.
And he's a big fan of weird, convoluted metaphors. Example.
Holy shit.
In
They got you too?
2014,
He's in
Martin
my walls, I
O'Donnell
know.
gave a talk at the annual Nordic Game Conference. He had much to say, but what we're interested in today is his goose metaphor. Marty?
It's be nice to the goose. Why do you want?
We all know how the fairy tale ends. People get greedy and the goose dies. The goose is the people, and the eggs is the games. Obviously, higher-ups don't carve open geese as a hobby, but that doesn't mean that they're treated fairly.
People don't want to actually kill the goose, but they don't seem to have a problem kicking it in the stomach. And a goose that's been kicked in the stomach is not probably going to want to lay any more eggs. Doesn't even want to get out of bed.
I think that like in the actual games industry, you're going to see pretty cohesive sentiments on it all. But I think that is very contrary to what the community of gamers, how they feel.
That's Alex. He's the co-founder and creative director at Stress Level Zero, an indie game studio responsible for VR games Hoverjunkers, Duck Season, and Boneworks. He's also a workaholic. We talked about a lot of stuff over the course of the 4-hour-long interview, but something we kept coming back to is the unpredictability of making a game.
You can't really account for everything that could go wrong. Even having the perfect blueprint to follow, there's still...
As a developer, it's always expected for things to work. Things don't work by default. It takes an incredible amount of work to get anything working, and we usually have to have automated testing that simulates user behavior to make sure we get things within viable working conditions. Totally. Technologies are stacked on top of each other with a near infinite number of possible combinations, and if something breaks at any level, it breaks the experience and creates frustration. Almost no one understands what it takes, and blaming devs privately or publicly is done ruthlessly. Are you saying like within the game? So say like I'm playing like New World as it came out and it was falling apart or whatever, and people were screeching at the devs. Is that what you're talking about, Typic? Just making sure I'm understanding.
So many little gotchas that you don't realize until you're like neck deep in development and the deadline's coming up, that turbulence.
Game development fucking sucks, man. Say you're making a shooting game and you want to add a cool feature where the reload is different if you emptied a whole clip. There's a good chance you'll be spending more time fixing all the bugs that feature created than you would actually putting the feature in the game. It's impossible to accurately predict, which is a problem whenever you have shareholders and consumers breathing down your neck counting the minutes till launch day. An ex-developer at CD Projekt recently described how when asking management last year what their plan was if they couldn't hit the April 2020 deadline, their response was,
Oh, we got an answer. Typic, you didn't answer me. Yes, test-driven development is norm. Yeah, I mean, in general, it'd be nice if everyone was just nicer, but that's like, that's basic, right? Like people have been saying that shit forever. I guess like if this is if gaming is something you value as a consumer, you should probably do your best to make the field as solid as possible. You don't have to, but you probably should. I don't know. So try not to buy from really shitty companies. Try not to scream at devs. Try to just like politely let people know when things break. It's frustrating to want to play a game, but hey, at least you're getting to do leisure. I don't know.
was that they just had to. There was no plan B. Chances are, if you're already neck deep in crunch like some of CDPR was, the suits don't care how hard it is or how long it'll take. You keep working till it's done.
One night I was having dinner with an Activision executive, and he said, "Hey, I've heard about this goose thing. Can you tell me the story about that?" And so, I had a couple glasses of wine. I started waxing poetically about the goose and the golden egg. And then he said, "Wow, Marty, that's a really good story. But, sometimes there's nothing like a good foie gras."
It's really easy to hear about all of this awful shit and point the finger solely at corporate executives. But I'd be remiss if I didn't also take a moment to focus on everything else that contributes to crunch in the studio, starting with the gamers.
The gaming community puts more pressure on developers than anyone realizes. There's so much pressure to like meet a deadline, not from like executives, but from the masses. Like I saw the like one developer posting death threats that he received on Twitter about it.
Yeah,
Like,
I saw that too.
it's fucking scary, you know? And like
Yeah.
we're nobodies and had like very few people in comparison wanting our game, but I had people that were like livid that I wouldn't give them the time that the game would release. Like I don't know what time on that date that we're targeting that the game will go live. And people got violently upset to the point where they're like, how could you possibly call yourself a game developer if you don't know the exact second that this game is going to be available?
Imagine working at C.
Could you imagine having that standard for any other fucking industry? Like, imagine saying shit like that to any, like, fucking airplane. They're late all the damn time, and we understand it because shit happens. And the only reason why people are doing this is, okay, there's a couple ones. Number one, they're spurgs, so they're just gonna spurg out at anything. And I want what I want, and I want it now. And they're probably the same people who yell at the airplane like hostesses for the plane being canceled. Okay. The second is sometimes the world is more complex than you could ever believe, and you don't understand the immense intricacies that go into building a game, as Tipik explained. And so when you're like reading out at them, and you might be like, well, have you ever read out? I have not personally, but I've also only been gaming in like the last 2 to 3 years. So I would like to think that I was mature and evolved by the time I started gaming. And look, if you're 15 and you're reading out, stop it. But I'm not gonna like tell you you're a piece of shit because 15-year-olds spurg out at all sorts of shit. But death threats, come on, why are we doing death threats now? Like, in what world is death threats ever a valid thing to do? I don't get it. Honestly, I think it does happen in every industry. We just don't have records of everyone who yelled at people. I feel like it happens more in gaming because people seem to be a little obsessive on the internet. There's a unique culture to internet people that seems to be a little bit more obsessive and a little bit more willing to dox you and try to find all of your personal details and addresses and scream at you on every medium that they can. I personally have only experienced it once at this point. It was a weird experience, though, to have somebody go out of their way to find all of the things that they can to scream at me over something, by the way, that they just literally misunderstood me on. And I was like, look, you're clearly not well. I'm not going to engage. I mean, I just banned it. Like, it's moved on, but wish me luck tomorrow. I'm going to survive my little sister's sleepover. She's having 10 people over for one sleepover, and I'm going to barricade my door right now. That sounds, I don't know how old you are, but that sounds, it could be fun. You could go get manis and petties, and they probably have lots of snacks because girls love snacks. So just saying, you could definitely benefit from the sleepover situation by stealing their Cheetos. So just think about it, right? Don't do anything, but do think about it. Okay.
The project, working these insane hours, and on top of all that stress, also then getting sent death threats from randos on Twitter who think you aren't working hard enough. There were people out here complaining about how Apex doesn't have as much free content as Fortnite literally a day after an article came out exposing the human cost of that dopamine drip feed. Respawn would later state that the whole reason they were updating the game slower was to avoid the crunch that Epic had embraced. There were real humans out here arguing that crunch makes video games realistic and therefore better. And, you know, I want to believe that this is a vocal minority, but this head-ass take kind of popped off. I think it's some kind of cursed blend of entitlement and the lack of knowledge that leads gamers to say so much stupid shit.
True.
All the time.
I'll never understand how college and NFL football teams allow kickers that just miss kicks. I feel like there has to be pools of kickers in the US that won't miss simple kicks. Can you imagine people being fucking human? Like, gosh, can you imagine hiring people that fuck up sometimes? Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that? Apparently Ninja's a big streamer and stuff, or gamer. I don't know, but I'm hoping this is a joke. Would love opinions on this. Your opinion is dumb. That's what your opinion is. That's my opinion on your opinion. It's dumb. And you're clearly a naive child if you think that people don't fuck up sometimes. Gosh. Let's just say I have lots of bitter feelings about people taking out their frustration on devs. Riot Mortog is great at calling out that shit. Yeah, call out. I've been in a lot of gamer communities. I probably have been lucky in that maybe I've been in gaming communities that are a lot more healthy, but I've mostly seen people calling out other people for that like garbage shit where they're actually like, hey, maybe... possibly don't just shit on people all the time. Weird idea, I know. Nope, he's a man-child with lots of money. A lot of people with lots of money are just basically immature. Because once you stop like having to deal with like really basic human struggles, you begin to I feel bad for young people who get money quickly, right? There's a lot of benefits that come to it, but like, dang, can you imagine having to like navigate forming your identity when you have like millions of people watching you every single day and telling you you're great and cool and all this stuff? Like, I'm not saying that like bullying is good necessarily, but like, damn, having some like difficulties in your life and challenges that you can overcome, so reasonable levels of challenges. I'm not talking about harassment and trauma. I'm talking about like difficulties, like you're kind of like said something rude and inappropriate with your friends, and so you kind of got a little bit socially rejected by your friend group for a little bit, right? But it gets better.
There's only one
Thanks,
type
Snippets.
of eel.
Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Addressing, yes. Crunch culture and Ninja's dumb gaming takes. Done.
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks, Surfish. Yeah, if you guys like the industry of gaming, make it better. And you can start by not being a dick all the time. Like, pretty basic skill. And not being a dick all the time doesn't mean you can't be a dick some of the time. Just, like, try to make sure it's directed at the right person. Getting mad at devs for shit that is, like, so complicated is actually like getting mad at the waitress for the food. It's so stupid. To be honest, sometimes getting mad at the cook is kind of stupid because it's like, maybe it's not the cook's fault at all. Maybe there's a whole bunch of other things. Like, maybe rather than just getting full of rage and going, "Wee!" Instead, be like, hey, I don't like my food very much. Is there something going on? Am I able to just get a refund? And guess what? You're much more likely to get a refund in that case. Just by the way. Just so it's clear. Wait a minute. Have I seen The Last of Us 2? I have not. Is that a re? Ooh, I need a re myself. Re! Mom, food is cold. Re, yes. One of the kindest things someone ever did for me was correct me when I was unintentionally rude. They showed me a blind spot and encouraged me to, yeah. The problem is that with a lot of fan base of gaming, most don't show they want change in the industry by taking action where it counts, i.e. the wallets. Yeah, because most people don't care that much. That's the reality, right? This is the issue we run into like all the time with things like, I'm in the addiction field, okay? Everyone and their dog says that they care about addiction, that they want homelessness to be reduced. But we have a whole bunch of, what are they called? Not in my backyard. NIMBYs. Okay, we got a bunch of NIMBYs. We're like, oh, I care about addiction, but like, addiction that's away from me. You know, I want to help addiction not near me, okay? And then they don't actually do the things needed to actually support addiction, like donating to efficacious nonprofits, right? Nonprofits that are actually good at treating. Part of the problem is nonprofits aren't always the best at reporting their treatment effects. If you care about gaming, put your money where you're vote with your dollar. This is the most important thing that I learned way too late in life, which is you vote with your dollar, which means if a business fucks you over or you don't like its practice, don't give it your money. Try not to. And we all fuck up, right? We all have to go to Walmart sometimes. I get it. And And it is a bit of a luxury. I get it. It's a luxury to vote with your dollar to a certain extent. So vote with a dollar where you can, right? If you can choose between two different things, give your money more to a company that seems to be a little bit more ethical in its treatment if you care about it, right? It's just tough because a lot of these ethical gaming companies make shitty games, okay? So what we need is a really good gaming company who makes really good games and is also ethical so we can give our money to it. I'd give my money to that shit, 100%. You also vote with your review and communication with PR reps. True, vote with your reviews. I am a Google local guide, and I love making businesses' days by giving them 5 stars. I also love ruining businesses' days by giving them 1 stars when they were terrible, terrible businesses. I love that shit. Get refunds, don't pre-order. Never pre-order. Apparently. Why not, Riley? Why don't you pre-order? Tell us why. I think I know why, but tell the chat why.
Like, Jesus Christ. But this insane all the time. Like, Jesus Christ.
Crunch equals better games. Change my
But
mind.
this insane internet noise can have a real effect on how games are marketed.
Do we get an answer? The tough part about voting with a dollar in gaming is publishing companies are what puts pressure on studios, but good studios can also be hurt by boycotting a publisher. Yes, that's a problem. It's like, have any of you guys seen that show with Kristen Bell? The Good Place. And it talks about how like no one's going to heaven anymore because life is so fucking complicated that we can't figure out like who's good or bad. There's definitely that issue going on. But just like try to talk about it if you care. And realize you don't have to care. Just to be clear, you don't have to care. You just probably should. Oh no, are we gonna find out Rockstar is trash too? Shit.
Marketed,
No?
how they're made, and the people behind them. Now, as per the contract, hey! Get out of there!
So here's a real question. If Rockstar's bad, do I refund it? Wait, I can't get my money back because I've played too many hours of it now. Well, now I know. Rockstar's trash. I review PC parts and builds for some companies, and it's hard to get changes done when we have loud voices who have never actually built computers. Probably.
As per the contract, I am legally required to discuss Halo in every video I make, so I feel like now's a good time to talk about Halo 2. Possibly one of the most mismanaged games that's ever shipped. Its development has been described as intense, brutal, like they were going to die, and more. When reflecting on what it was like, Luke Timmons, a veteran Bungie dev, said that it almost killed the entire company. The experience was so overwhelming, so damaging, that it forced Bungie staff to think differently about crunch from then on. As Luke put it, there's a crunch you want to do, and there's a crunch you have to do.
In my experience in work life, some degree of crunch is inevitable. Whether that is passion-driven or mandatory is the real crux of the problem.
When Alex first told me this a year ago, it really bothered me.
Some people love
so
the
much
crunch.
So that
They
a
just
year
live in the
later,
crunch.
I felt the need to get Marty's take on it, and
I will agree with that. So let me just say, no game on Earth should ever ship with the Halo 2 crunch, okay? But if you're on a roll, like you're doing something, it's like, yeah, I need to get this out by 5. I told everybody it's going to be live 5 o'clock tomorrow. And you're still working on it the day before. And you go, oh my gosh, it'd be so much more fun if I did this other thing. Well, all of a sudden it's 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night and you're still working on it. Well, that's crunch. That's what that is. It's individual creative people saying, I can make this better. I still have a little time. I want to get this in under the wire.
this is a big mood. Anybody who makes stuff with deadlines will know exactly what Marty's talking about.
Here's the shit. Deadlines are dumb. Deadlines are arbitrary. Deadlines are meaningless. They're just arbitrary things that we set. So just like, I don't know, my view is like, honestly, as viewers, like one of the best ways we can like chill out maybe on this is being like, if people miss their date, just relax. It's fine, especially if they're going to get it out like within the next week. Like you've already waited, you know, if you've waited 18 years for the next Skyrim edition, Elder Scrolls edition. I'm a booger eater, sorry. Okay, if you've waited 18 years, you can wait another week You don't need to screech, okay? Relax. Deadlines are arbitrary. Words do have meaning, but deadlines, dumb, bad, arbitrary, meaningless, garbage fuck. Deadlines are good. People just need to stop feature bloating. I will fight you on that. I think deadlines are bad. Deadlines are only good if there are soft and hard deadlines. I think soft, hard deadlines may be valuable, but by and large, deadlines are arbitrary, okay? They're good because they instill motivation, okay? That's the main reason deadlines are good. And it's good for like following through on what you said you were going to do, okay? But by and large, you're already shit at that point. Uh-oh. Not arbitrary. They are made for many reasons. The marketers, finance guys also have input. Every extra day on developments adds thousands of dollars to development. Yeah, but these companies are loaded. And I get that there's thousands of dollars, but if you're fucking breaking your staff, they matter more. Deadlines are still arbitrary. I will not move on this. They are arbitrary. They are set. If it takes more time, here's the thing. An arbitrary deadline, it'll cost you, say it's going to cost you an extra, what would be really high? An extra $250,000 to push a game release by a week. Probably that game is going to be significantly better if you push it a week because you're going to catch a lot of extra bugs and you're going to give your staff a little bit more breathing room to get shit done, right? So you might actually make more money after all. So yes, you might spend more money now, but you might save money later. And we don't really look at this. I don't know if there is data for this because we're so intense about deadlines. Deadlines build hype, which is where a lot of the money are made. Yep, I get that. But if you have to break your staff or if your game sucks, I would prefer if you bump your deadline or have soft and hard deadlines, right? There's a lot of ways you can do deadlines. Deadlines don't have to just be one day. You can do hard and soft deadlines, right? There's lots of ways to do deadlines. As far as deadlines go, I'm a big proponent of it. This is some white person narrative, loving their deadlines. Because of money. The problem in software is that if you are missing a deadline, not released, you may be holding up a team of 20 to 30 people from being able to do their work. So, I'm sure they have other work to do, to be honest. You guys probably think that I'm very dumb about this deadline thing. Here's the thing. In general, I wish that we were so much less fixated on productivity and money and work. I think it's really unhealthy. This isn't to say that I think money and work and all these other things aren't valuable, but I think our obsession with it in our culture is actually super, super fucking toxic. And so, yeah, I'm taking a very extreme stance on it of saying deadlines are arbitrary. And I recognize that there's more nuance in this, obviously. I guess I shouldn't say that's obvious. I do recognize that. The problem is that a major reason why deadlines become so important is because we are fixated on money and productivity and work. And it's not a problem within the company itself. It's a problem within all of North American culture. Because we are obsessed. We are one of the most, other than Germany, North America is in the bar none, the most productive country in the world. And people are paying the cost. Right? We're seeing people's mental health falling apart. I get that their work may build off of your work. However, if you have to take a delay, like, this is what we need to work in within the workplace. Sometimes shit happens and we shouldn't be breaking humans because shit happens, right? The cost shouldn't be people having to have a mental health timeout because of this. The reason why this shit is happening is because we are obsessed with deadlines and money. And the arguments that we're making right now maintain this culture, right? And it's totally fine if you disagree. My concern is that we are picking deadlines and money and productivity over human functioning. I'm not just being like the humans and their sad souls. I'm saying people are burning out at extremely high rates in these fields regularly. That's why it's called the crunch, and it's not healthy. Right? And we fucking invented computers. There's no way we can't come up with a new deadline invention that both motivates productivity, does its best to be efficient with money, and continues productivity steps, and also doesn't fucking kill people and harm them, potentially irreparably. That's all I'm saying, right? So if you want the nuance take, there's the nuance take. If they rush the work, the next team gets a bad start. Exactly, right? There's always these trade-offs, which is why I want to say, when I say deadlines are arbitrary, I'm not saying they don't matter at all. I'm saying they have to be able to move, because sometimes you get a better payoff longer if you take the time to do it right the first time. And part of doing it right is treating people. And I know you guys aren't trying to be like, we're for big tech abusing people. I know that you're not saying this, but what I'm saying is, like, part of what is driving all of this is our culture's obsession with productivity and money. That's what's driving a lot of this. And I get why it's there, but it's super, super unhealthy. And it's not like we're going to just fix it by talking about how... We're not going to fix it by me saying deadlines are arbitrary. I also get that. I'm not trying to act like I'm offering solutions. But... fuck. I get so frustrated when North America... Because here's the thing. Sometimes we do pick money over human life. Like, there are times where, like, maybe the opposite is true. And there are times where that possibly... we can have those conversations, but it's so beyond obvious that in this industry and within North America, we're way too far on the other side. We are so fucking productive. We need to chill out. Deadlines are not arbitrary. How come you guys are so opposed to the arbitrariness? Is it just because the word arbitrary? Oh, are you upset because it makes it seem like I'm saying deadlines are random and like not informed by anything? Because that's not what I'm trying to say. If it's better, I could say deadlines are a social construct. Is that a better way of saying it? And of course, the need for deadlines isn't binary. I know that I'm being like very binary right now, but part of it is just because I'm feeling extra spicy. If you tuned in before, I was screaming about being an assassin hidden in snow and killing people because I'm so white that I can hide in snowbanks naked. So just so it's clear, I'm being extra spicy. Of course there is nuance, and of course I'm willing to talk about the nuance. I am also a fan of 4-day max work weeks, unless somebody wants to work more, because there are those people that actually just genuinely enjoy working more, and that's fine. I just don't like it when it's enforced. Is companies won't pay those 20-30 people waiting on you to do nothing, so they basically have to decide to pay people to do nothing or lay them off and use contractors. I know it's a huge problem. I'm saying software specifically, it is a unique issue. No, I believe you, and I'm not trying to act like I know everything about this industry, but the fundamental is that we're still picking people over money. To an extreme degree, right? So I should be careful when I say that. When I say picking people over money, I know that sounds very like moralistic and very like virtue signally. I don't even mean it in that way. What I'm saying is, in this industry, it is so obvious that we are doing to an extreme extent where I'd be like, yeah, do pay those 20 to 30 people. Find other work for them to do. I don't know, get them to like... There's gotta be random grunt work always available. Just have a list up so people can just be doing work to earn their money if you want. Like, there has to be ways that we can overcome this so that we're not just not paying the 20 to 30 people waiting, and we're also not fucking breaking the people who are trying to get the shit done as fast as possible for the next 20. Like, we have to find a different way to get this factory working, because it seems like it's pretty obvious that it's not working very well right now. Release dates are not the main cause of a crunch. Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not even talking about the release date necessarily. That's one of them. But of course, the crunch is tons of things. I'm not saying that deadlines don't matter, and I do know that deadlines, extending them, has an impact. Of course I do. I'm just saying, this is exactly the type of mentality that does lead to productivity good, money good, people, meh, whatever. And nobody, yeah. When I say arbitrary doesn't mean worthless, right? What I mean is social construct. Deadlines are social construct. I'm not saying that they have zero value. I'm saying it is clear that we are overvaluing them. And to be honest, in a lot of fields, I'm not convinced that we can't have a different style of deadline. For example, most deadlines mean 1 day, 1 time. Whereas, is there a way to figure out soft deadlines, right? But you have 1 soft deadline, 1 hard deadline. Nah, they are. America is one of the, other than Germany, they're considered the most productive country in the world as far as like output. I'm not saying productive as far as like the day-to-day actual work, but yeah. I agree about the deadline stuff. The other thing people don't consider is you will know if the deadline is realistic well in advance, so you can plan for people to have work. So you can plan for people to have work in time. Their in-games don't do deadlines and they do public testing for their games. Okay, there you go. So here's the thing. All I'm saying is, can we find a different model? I guess that's not all I'm saying. I've said lots of stuff. Some of it's been reductionist, which is fair. Usually you come to me and you're like, you're super nuanced. And this isn't a very nuanced take because I was screaming about, yeah. Onboarding someone onto a team that specializes in different software area can take weeks or months. That's the main reason people can't just pick up grunt work. You basically need to be schooled in how to work in that section. Okay. If that's part of the industry, honestly, pay people even if they're not always working all the time. I like, to be honest, because like, or find a different solution. Like, honestly, I'm not the one to come up with a solution, but find a different fucking solution because this one isn't working. It's not working. And it's obviously not working. And I don't know what the solution is, but like breaking people to get games out for money is not something that I feel like I can get behind. And I feel like we have to be able to come up with a better solution. And I don't know what it is. I'm not within the field. And also, I'm not in the field, so you can disregard my entire opinion on it. But you're also talking to a mental health person. So like the reality is I'm always going to be biased to say like people over money. And to some extent, yes, you can just not meet deadlines. And yes, it's going to cost money, but I don't care that much about money. Which I know makes you think that I'm naive. I'm project manage, just to be clear. So before anyone assumes that I'm naive, I understand money decently well. So like, just so it's clear, to like give all the caveats, I just basically, my ethics value certain things over others, and money is consistently lower. I understand the need for it and need to think about it, because if you have a company developing a game and they run out of money, the whole fucking game is fucked. And then all the people working for you no longer have a job. I'm not saying just throw money around and be dumb, right? But a lot of times, here's the baseline. I'll say it again. And then we'll move on, because you guys aren't going to move on deadlines, which is, some of you will and some of you won't, which is fine. To be honest, I'm not going to move much on deadlines because I've thought about it a fair bit, and I'm biased. That's reality. I wouldn't work in a company that makes me do shit like this. I just wouldn't. And I get that that's like a privilege of mine to like work in a different field, but I just wouldn't do it. It's not really possible to have ethics these days without some pretty epic denial. I don't think that that's true, right? It's just like it takes a lot of like nuance, and there is some things where you have to like, ethics do require picking and choosing. Like they do, definitely. And so I guess when it comes, I should probably never be a game manager.
There's only one
because I
type
could
of
always
deal.
choose people.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't be very effective. Are you putting a deadline or on discussing deadlines? Oh yeah, the deadline where you guys all have to agree with me is in 5 minutes. You all have to agree, and if you don't agree with me, I'm not going to pay you anymore. Just kidding. Deadline doesn't start with an A, true, but arbitrary does. And I love arbitrary. 5 more minutes about reading. Yeah, sorry guys, we'll move on from deadlines.
But
even though self-mandated crunch usually comes from a positive place, that doesn't always mean it's okay.
I feel like I've probably removed some years off the end of my life with how hard I've worked at times. And it's not like nobody else did that to me. You know, like I made the decision to do that because I felt like I had to
Oh,
for
yeah.
myself. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's kind of an invariably bad thing.
I don't want to at all compare myself to like an athlete because we're fucking not. But I mean, like you have instances like with runners, you know, who will hit this brick wall where they just cannot go anymore, and they just have to stop or break through
Nice
this wall.
solemn.
And I think it's kind of similar, and it's like that's probably unhealthy physically and mentally.
I feel you, but there's a gigantic difference between like a day-long marathon and a 2-month-long death march. At the end of the day, video games are not more important than your health, man. Nothing should take priority above that. I mean, at least not in our industry of entertainment. Like, unless we're talking about you're in a fucking war, then it should not literally be your well-being on the line.
These guys are spitting straight lies. Video games are way more important than mental health, okay? How's day been? Hopefully decent. Too good though, chattel? I don't know what you're saying. My day's been good.
Alex was careful to make clear that he would never force anybody, not even his worst enemy, to endure the kind of crunch that he's put himself through. Which is a huge relief, seeing as how he's a creative lead. He knows what he's doing is bad for his health, but he still feels compelled to do it. He's able to put himself through hell largely in part because he's passionate about what he does. That's why it's called crunch culture. It's literally a culture of workaholism.
Wow, that was
This
a
is why
very
I think
stressful
Luke
thing.
and Marty both make the distinction that even crunch that's entirely voluntary has got to be kept in check. The way Luke put it,
It can be awesome because you have passionate people who are excited and have cool stuff to work on, but you gotta be careful. People can get so excited that before you know it, they're working a ton and getting burned out.
that distinction he makes, that passionate people are excited, is a really important note to hit on because us creatives tend to be really bad at the whole self-control thing. It's so easy to just throw everything you have into a project you're jazzed about, but before you know it, you're burnt out, you feel like shit, and you hate everything you worked on. Some would argue that for management to explicitly seek out super...
Has anyone ever medically burnt out before? That's a fun time. Probably part of my like intensity about deadlines is that one of the things that helped me like figure out a better work-life balance is like letting go of deadlines and being okay disappointing people. And like choosing not to work in workplaces where that like wasn't okay. Which like that comes at its costs, and I recognize those costs because I've lived them. It's called being fucking poor for a while because you sometimes can't get workplaces that will. But if you've ever medically burnt out, it's not super fun. For me, my hair fell out a lot. I remember I couldn't walk upstairs without having to pause like 2 to 3 times, even though I was like super fit because I just finished like working like 4 months at a ranch. Because I was working at a ranch. So I was working at a ranch with kids where I was working 24 hours a day for 5 days a week and then 8 hours on the other 2 days. So on the other 1 day, and we got 1 full day off. It was really, really bad, and I did it for a lot of years straight. And it exhausted me. What dumb Ninja takes? Ninja basically said, can you imagine having a football, what was it? Not football. Sports. I'm powering down. What is this sport called? Football. Yeah, football. NFL. Was it NFL? Yeah, I was talking about a kicker for NFL and how he missed a kick. And then Ninja said, wouldn't it be, can't they get kickers who don't miss such a simple kick? It was very dumb.
For enthusiastic workers is inherently predatory because young passion is easy to exploit.
The PR bullshit I hear a lot is like, we're looking for somebody who's extremely passionate about this work. And that's like, okay, you want to just exploit them.
Here's the thing about that though. In a passion-fueled industry, who doesn't want passionate people? It's a double-edged sword. You need people who really care about the work they do, because the more they care, the better their work will be. But unless that drive is kept in check,
Typic, I would love that.
it quickly becomes self.
Because I know I'm screeching about deadlines, but genuinely, if somebody else has a better take than me, we should probably let them talk and not me. Clearly.
You start seeing this. You start seeing them. They're staying later and later, and they're like eating at their desk, and they're sleeping under their desk, and they're doing these crazy things. And then if you're in a position of management, you say, look, you got to go home. I want you to go home. I want you to spend the weekend with your kids. Like, this isn't good. What you're doing is not good for you, which means it's not going to be good for us. So you're not allowed to come in. Sometimes you actually have to say, no, you can't volunteer to crunch anymore. You have to take a break.
I feel like Luke and Marty are the kind of people you really want to work for. They're more inclined to pet the goose every so often than they are to... Obviously, this isn't to say that all management that doesn't think exactly like these two are cartoon villains. But when you embrace that culture of crunch rather than keeping it a
Fast-paced work environment is a red flag to me in job posts. Yeah, interesting. Depends on your field. I'm trying to think, what are mental health red flags? If it says government, if it's like a government facility for mental health, that's a red flag. I'm laughing, but I'm not really joking. At least here in Alberta, working for the government in mental health is dog shit. It's so bad. It's not a bougie government job, that's for sure. Game people. I think there's a lot of you that are into gaming and stuff. What are other red flags for more unhealthy work environments? Fast-paced. Multitasker. Taking on others' work, yeah.
That's when you get the horror stories. Jason Schreier put it really well when covering Naughty Dog. The studio is open about crunch culture in interviews, and its managers deliberately seek out perfectionists in art, engineering, and all the other disciplines that make games happen. At Naughty Dog, nobody asks the devs to crunch. Nobody has to ask. They'll be there anyway. Obviously, there are things we could be doing better. Maybe it's better planning, maybe it's unionization, maybe it's a complete overhaul of existing labor laws.
Is game development not unionized yet? There's some good stuff going on Mr. Girl's channel right now. Oh, there you guys go. Good stuff is in Dr. K stuff. Yeah, well, if you guys want to hop over to Mr. Girl, apparently there's spicy stuff. Yep. Implicit expectations outside of the contract. Oh, hi. Argue with him. I am too tired to argue with him. I couldn't remember the name of football. My brain kept wanting me to say hockey, and I knew football isn't hockey. It was not a good time. So there's definitely no way I'm going to argue with somebody right now. Unionization seems to be broken down to company workers rather than industry workers. Interesting. Nope. Generally, some places try to incentivize and partaking in union talk. It's happening to little children on Roblox. Yeah.
But honestly, I don't know if it's my place to draw those conclusions. I'm not a game developer. I'm Funny Cartoon Man. Hell, I'm not even saying that crunch in and of itself is always bad. I mean, it is, most of the time. Studies show that it doesn't really work. But I mean, like, if we're going off Marty's definition, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's just really easy to take too far. Well, the only thing I know for certain is that crunch culture is definitely, for sure, a bad thing that no one should be okay with. You know, it fucks me up to think about how many people out here are okay with working themselves into the ground, forcing others to do it, or cheerleading for the companies responsible. As long as entertainment is fueled by deadlines and profit, crunch is probably never going to go away entirely. But you know, hearing about how companies like Respawn and Nintendo are out here...
Should we talk about deadlines more? Just kidding. Mr. Girl is right on the mat. matter. Feels like everything that could have been said was said in the last debate. Dr. K is obviously in the wrong. I would say I 100% disagree with you on that, but that's fine. I don't really want to get into Dr. K. This is why rolling release software was invented. Interesting. He should have started with the video, I'm not a game dev, not ended with it. Probably, yeah. It's very interesting that he didn't start with...
actively avoiding it.
By the way, I'm not a game dev.
That makes me think that maybe, you know, and bear with me here, but maybe everyone should be doing that.
Yeah. There are 3 things important to making a game: not dying, shipping, and making money. In that order. And there's a reason why staying alive is first on that list. You know, it might seem obvious, you can't be creative if you're dead, right? But I've seen relationships break up. I've seen people literally go insane because of the pressures. It's just ridiculous. So stay alive, stay healthy.
Hey, I'm gonna keep the goose.
It's not yours.
Yeah, it's okay.
Give me
I'll
my
take 'em off
goose
your
back.
hand.
Okay. Okay, that's it. So, yeah, I'm curious what you guys, apparently there's some spicy stuff going on in Mr. Girls, so if you want to hop over there, I'm going to toss you guys over to Taftage, actually, because I'm a big fan of Taftage. If you like ASMR, Taftage does some very attractive things with her lips. It's very, I don't know what to think of it. But anyways, I think Taff is pretty smart. I'm jumping you over there. If you don't want to go over there, go elsewhere, but that's what I'm going to read. Thanks for stopping in. And bye. She just like messes around with her mouth a fair bit. I don't really know why. It's interesting. You guys can head over there, and if you don't want to, apparently there's also stuff going on Mr. Girls channel, so feel free to head where any you guys would like. It's up to you. You're free now. Goodbye. And remember, deadlines suck.